policy, that's what we want to do with instruction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can we hear anyone?
I heard
I can hear you.
All right.
you.
All right. I'm here.
Thank you.
All right. George, are you here yet? Okay, we'll give George a couple more moments. There he is. Perfect. Okay. George is using my link. So, all right, good. All right, folks. Good evening. This is the East Stroudsburg Area School District Board of Education regular meeting, July 20, 2020, 7 p.m. via Zoom. We will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, roll call. Patricia.
George Andrews. Here. Rebecca Bear.
Present.
Larry Bonilla.
Present.
Larry Diamond.
Present.
Sharon Glasgow.
Present.
Debbie Chulik. I saw her. Wayne Roner.
Here.
Rich Lamus.
Here.
Lisa Van Wy.
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. Welcome to all of our guests out there in the internet world. This meeting is a slightly different format than you're used to. We are going with a panelist presentation tonight, meaning that you'll see the folks that are the board members as part of this. During the public participation, you'll be able to raise your hand and we will then acknowledge you and permit you to speak during that portion. I would like to remind everyone that we're going to do a 3-minute, 3 minutes is your total time for speaking. Keep your comments short on that. So at this time, I'll announce that we had executive sessions on July 8th, 2020 at 6 p.m. for the purpose of discussing personnel and litigation. An executive session was held July 8th at 2020 at 9:15 p.m. after the other meeting for the purpose of discussing personnel. An executive session was held this evening before the meeting for the purpose of discussing personnel, litigation, and negotiations. I would like to have a motion to adopt this agenda for July 20, 2020.
So moved, Rebecca.
Second, Lisa.
Thank you. Is there anything to add to this agenda?
Yes, I'd like to add something to the agenda, please. I
Proceed.
would like to add policy 221, dress code and grooming, as presented to the policy and committee meeting this evening.
Okay, so that's a motion. Do we have a second on that?
Second,
That's George.
yes.
All right. Discussion. Is this something that we want to see as part of the agenda this evening? Okay. All right. So what I would like to do is if we'd like to add this, can I get a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right. Okay, one opposition. All right, so we have dress and grooming that we're adding to this, which is a board policy, and we'll put with the board policy section. Anything else that needs to be added to the agenda this evening?
The car wash up north.
Car wash.
They want to do a car wash up north next month, and I guess it has to get on the agenda this month to get approved.
Or do we have anything on the agenda for any activities that we are approving this month?
No.
Okay, so there's a motion to add the car wash to review. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Wayne? There's a motion and a second for adding the car wash to the agenda. Discussion?
Yes, Rich.
Venus Morales had asked a couple weeks ago
Right.
to get it done, and it never got on. I don't know where it went and all, but she contacted me, and I that's why I'm asking to
Right.
have it put on the
Okay.
agenda.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. We'll discuss this as an item in the agenda. We'll put this, I guess, I don't have anything for activities, but let's make that right before
Excuse
the,
me, Rich.
go ahead.
Rich, I think Dr. Riker wanted to say something about that.
He needs to, he can speak right up.
Yes, I just wanted to remind the board that the board had given the administration direction a few weeks ago not to have any outdoor events on school district property.
And that could very well be I think the issue is that nobody ever got back to the person who was a school employee on that. And I think that's why it was brought to my attention.
That's something we could amend.
We could. So we have a motion and a second to add this to the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm hearing 4.
5.
Is that 5?
What'd you say in favor? Aye, yeah.
Can you
Right.
do a roll call vote, Rich, to make sure?
All right, roll call vote.
George Andrews,
Aye.
Wayne Roner,
Aye.
Rebecca Bear,
No.
Dr. Demary Bonilla,
No.
Larry Diamond,
Yes.
Sharon Glasgow,
No.
Debbie Kulik,
Where is she?
She said no. I saw her head nod. She's waving. She's trying to get on.
Okay. It's muted. What did you say, Debbie? Yes, no?
no, okay. Rich Lamus,
Yes.
Lisa Van Wy.
I'm gonna say no.
All right, the motion fails.
3, 4, yes.
All right.
3, 5.
Any other discussions for the July 20th meeting? All right, seeing none. So now we have an addition to policy 221 as we added in. I'd like a motion to accept the agenda as presented. So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Do we have a copy of this motion?
Do we have a copy of this motion? No. it was-
Yes, we
it
do.
was verbal.
It's actually in our board package for policy that we had tonight. So you did get the motion, yes.
You got the policy.
Yeah,
Yes.
The motion we added verbally to the agenda.
Okay, so could you just a quick sentence on the policy itself?
Can we do that at the time of the meeting? Do that at the time of the whatchamacallit?
Vote.
When
When we
during
go
the
to
policy. Yeah, we don't do that here. We do that in the policy part.
All
We'll
right.
have a good discussion on that. Okay.
Rich,
All right.
I just have one quick question. Policy 221 was 8-1. Who opposed to adding it on the agenda?
I think that was Debbie. Did you oppose? Yes, she's raising her hand.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, motion to approve the minutes from the June 22nd, 2020 board meeting.
So moved. The
Okay,
Mary.
Second, Lisa. Oh, sorry.
thank you. Motion and a second to approve the minutes from the June 22nd, 2020 meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I don't know if I brought it.
I'm sorry? Okay, so reports, Monroe Career Technical Institute.
Yes. MCTI. In case anybody hasn't seen it, the 2020 Virtual Senior Awards video has been posted on the MCTI website, just in case no one's had a chance to look at it. In addition to that, MCTI will receive $4,800 a year for the next 23 years for a scholarship. The scholarship will be granted to a student or students who demonstrate the professional skills that MCTI offers. This scholarship comes from Pocono Raceway and the Mattioli family. The roof project is going well and is ahead of schedule as far as I know at this point. Also, Pocono Township decided to reduce our permit fee by $4,220. Not much we hope for, but it's a start. The next JOC meeting will be delayed until the August 24th due to the schools working on their back to school plan. So next meeting, I will not have a report yet. And that's all I have for this evening.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Colonial IU20 update.
So at the June meeting, we focused on discussion and voting around renewal of several staff contracts, as well as discussion about guidelines and what the new school year might look like. Some of the conversations that the Colonial IU20 has had with the 13 school districts that are part of the coalition, including our school district. And on the July 29th meeting, we'll be voting around the plan for the upcoming school year. The Colonial IU20 has partnered with PBS 39 for a virtual camp, which is a daily 30-minute live program from the Valley Youth House Camp Fowler, designed for focusing on STEAM, arts, literacy, nutrition, leadership, and nature. And that program will go through the end of August for school-age children from ages 9 to 14. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Properties and Facilities Committee, Ms. Van Wy.
Sure, but I would like to add, if I could, one more thing to MCTI. I just want to, we're currently meeting virtually as well as this meeting is tonight. But I was told that if the 4 surrounding districts start having in-person meetings, that the JOC will follow that lead as well. So I am hoping to meet in person in the August 24th meeting. I believe we get more done in a meeting if we're all together. And if we're expecting students to go back, I think we should be there as well. So that's my statement for MCTI. Now, as far as Properties and Facilities meeting, it was held on July 1st, 2020. The following items are on the agenda as per our recommendation. To accept the proposal for HD Lyons for $77,730 for the repair of High School North Boiler. A change order from C&D Waterproofing for $28,556. That is unused project allowance for Resica Roof. So that's actually a negative that we don't have to pay out. Dewey Engineering invoices 1 through 5. To pay Cope Flooring $65,700 for Resica Flooring project. To pay Lehigh Valley Flooring $291,925.80 for JTL flooring project. Also payment for Gynet Communications for $43,191 for JTL camera installation. CRCS Inc. for $1,500 for high school south camera installation project. Jotten Inc. for $600,842.60.
Everything about it.
I can't get it out. $684,263.62 for high school north and Lehman roof project. Also C&D waterproofing for $35,737.95 for Resica roof. This will be final payment, and the CO was received on 7/14/2020, and I forward that document to the committee on July 15th. So you all should have seen that CO that was received. Dave and Josh from Dewey are also working, as well as Scott, working to reach out to Lehman Township for north roof inspection. And so we haven't, I guess, scheduled that yet, as far as I know today. Last but not least, the next property and facilities meeting we will have from Scott a recommendation for summer projects for 2021 for properties and facilities to review and make our recommendations from there. And we have also changed our meeting day to Tuesday to not conflict with the curriculum meeting that happens on Wednesday. So we can actually have probably a little bit more time to discuss different projects and stuff, not to interfere with the immediately following meeting. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Next up is Education Programs Resource Committee. Dr. Bonilla.
Thank you, Rich. We met on July 1st to complete the learning about the high school programs and electives that we had started in June's meeting. We also had a good discussion about diversity, equity, and inclusion programming in the district, the efforts that Dr. Riker, teachers, and others in the district are involved with, and how we will implement diversity training for all levels of our district leadership. And we also had an update on the summer STEAMer program. Our next meeting will be on August 5th, and we're going to have a discussion on our cyber school program. So we invite everybody to join.
Sorry, next up, Ms. Bear, Finance
I
Committee.
wasn't sure if you wanted me to talk yet. So the Finance Committee met and we discussed several topics. One of them was the remote notary services for 2 of our employees in the student services to utilize to complete their online registrations via Zoom. So you'll see that on the agenda. We also, you'll see on the agenda an item to possibly refinance some of our bonds. We've asked our financial advisor to send out to bid to local bond underwriters as well as local banks to look at the possibility of refinancing via loan or refinancing via a bond underwriting. But nothing is final until we get the bids back, so we can review the costs and see which is the best option for us. And we also, you'll see on the agenda for Interest One, which is the lowest bidder to upgrade our bandwidth so we can handle all of the new online services that we're going to be utilizing in the future. And our bandwidth, just so everybody knows, is over 15 years old, so it's due for an upgrade. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Bear. Moving on, Policy Review Committee, Ms. Glasgow, Dr. Glasgow.
Tonight we reviewed policy 005 organization, and that policy requires further review. We also did it in initial discussion on policy 220, student expression, and policy 815, acceptable use of communications and information CIS systems. We also reviewed policy number 221, dress and grooming, which we're recommending we move forward. A motion, and I guess I know there's discussion on this one.
Do we have to
Well,
vote on that now or
No,
just? Okay,
that will be during when we review our policy, the part in our policies. So 03, I think.
And our next meeting will be on August 17th. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Bond refinancing, Ms. Jamie Doyle. Tom?
Good evening. I'm Jamie Doyle from Public Financial Management, and in front of you should be a copy of my presentation that I made to the Finance Committee last week. And I'm happy to report that interest rates continue to hover at all-time lows, so that's great for an opportunity like this particular refinancing. If you look at page number 1 of my handout, that box with the blue header, there are actually 3 of the 4 bond issues that we're focused on. They're all eligible to be refinanced. However, the series of 2014 is currently not producing any positive savings. So even though we have that one in the mix, if it makes economic sense, you know, we'll advise you to refund it. And if it doesn't produce positive economic results, then we won't touch that 2014 issue. But you can see the bulk of the savings are coming from the series of 2013 and the series AA of 2014. If we combine the 2013 14As and 2015 bonds, net local effort savings are conservatively estimated at about $386,000 to the school district. I'm always a little conservative this early on in the process. And as was mentioned earlier, we are envisioning a dual track process, meaning if you authorize us this evening to go ahead and get the paperwork in order, we will put a bank loan RFP out on the street immediately. We'll get those results back in just a short period of time, a couple of weeks. We'll evaluate those bank loan proposals down to the true interest cost, boiling everything into one number, the true interest cost. And then we'll compare that to the bond market, and whatever produces the best economic answer is what we would ultimately recommend to the board. If you scroll to page 2, the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see what I meant when I said interest rates are hovering near all-time lows. If you look at page 3, you'll see your existing debt portfolio. As always, the top half is gross debt service, meaning principal and interest, and the bottom half is your local share after you receive state reimbursement to varying degrees on most of your issues. The bond issues that we're discussing this evening are the ones highlighted in yellow, and again, currently 3 of the 4 of them produce positive economic benefit. The important page in here is page number 4. And you can see on this page, if we were able to refinance the 3 issues that I mentioned, it would produce net economic savings to the district of just over $386,000. And you can see in column 8 that about $26,000 of that would be recognized in the current fiscal year, and the bulk of it, about $360,000, would be recognized next budget year, ending 2022. And then your payments would go back to what they otherwise would have been, give or take $1,000 or so. The rest of the pages just walk through the mechanics of the transaction. I'll go through those quickly. Page 5 is all of your 2013 bonds if you did nothing. And this analysis does assume that you make your regularly scheduled September 1 payment, because we wouldn't be able to settle before that date. So we're not refunding the September 1 payment. Likewise, on page 6, you'll see your 2014 AA bonds. Again, you'll make your regularly scheduled September 1 payment on that issue as well. And page 7, there's your 2015 bonds. If you did nothing, you'll make your 9/1 payment on that issue also. Page 8 just shows how much money we need to pay off these 3 issues, principal and interest. And page 9 shows you what the new amortization schedule would look like. We're not extending the debt at all. We're simply replacing the old higher rates with today's lower rates, and that's what generates the net savings to the district. If you look at that box toward the middle there of page 9, a couple things I just want to point out. The state share is already netted out of here. The state benefits by this transaction as well, and they save almost $45,000 there in the middle. And the very bottom box, sensitivity of 10 basis points or 1/10 of 1%. So if interest rates move up or down 1/10 of 1%, which sounds like almost nothing, it affects your bottom line net savings by $71,000. So it doesn't take a whole lot of market movement to make this opportunity go away. And it also doesn't take a whole lot of market movement to make this a total home run. And you've enjoyed quite a few of those in the past. On page 10, you'll see the authorizing motion, and we are suggesting a minimum net savings target of 2%. That's the historic benchmark, that you want to achieve at least 2% net to the school district to make it worth your while. As always, it's my job to save you every dollar that I can, and I will definitely do that. As I mentioned, this is a conservative estimate. We'd do a little bit better than this if we were having the sale today. But timeline-wise, we introduced this at the Finance Committee last week. This evening, presentation to the full board. Should you be inclined to authorize us to proceed with the motion above this evening, we would distribute the bank loan RFP to our list of PFM banks as well as your local banks tomorrow. And then we'd get those responses from the banks back August 11th. So on August 11th, I'll be able to evaluate the bank loan proposals, again, boil everything down to true interest cost, including all the costs of issuance, and compare that to the bond market and be able to make a recommendation on which way to go in time for your August 17th voting meeting. At that meeting is when the official action could be taken, should the board so choose. Tonight's motion is just to get the paperwork in order and go through the RFP process, which is the first step of the dual track process. So I will pause there and entertain any questions that you may have at this time.
I have a question. It's Rebecca Baer. I forgot to ask you at the Finance Committee meeting, so I apologize. Do we pay you any fees to do the RFP, or is that part of your fees that you already charge us?
That's part of the fee that we already charge you. We have no vested interest in, what produces the better answer. So, and for example, if your question is more toward what if this transaction doesn't work at all, if you don't actually end up having a successful settlement, you don't owe us anything.
What do we pay you? I don't even know. Like, what's the fee that we pay for services to you? Like
on the last transaction, it was $46,500.
So it'll all depend on the size of the transaction, what fee you get for doing the RFP for us.
Right. I would not anticipate charging any more than last time. This time's issue is about twice the size as last time, but I would not anticipate increasing the fee at all.
Okay. But if we do nothing, it costs us nothing to look at it.
That's correct. The only entity that charges a fee if you get that far down the road, and I won't take us that far down the road if we're not ready or the savings aren't there, is the credit rating agency on a bond issue. Once they give you a credit rating, they want 70% of their fee, even if you never do the issue.
Thank you for clarifying that for me. I appreciate it.
Certainly.
Any other questions?
Larry's raising his hand.
Yeah, I thought we had legal fees and printing fees and things too.
On bond issues, you do. That is a great question. So the dual track process on a bank loan, typically there's less cost at settlement, but the rate's higher on a bank loan. On a bond issue, there's more cost of issuance because there's more entities involved, like credit rating agencies, and you need a preliminary official statement, you need a paying agent bank, so there's more entities involved. So on bond issues, the cost of issuance at settlement are higher, but the rate's lower. So that's why we blend all this into one number. That's the true interest cost. So that's all in, and that's how we compare the two financing vehicles. because you're exactly right. There's legal fees and other costs involved. So on the bond issue, the historic benchmark is you budget 2% of principal for cost of issuance. Now I've only budgeted 1.5% because we bid all of your line items out that we possibly can, and you typically come in under that historic benchmark from a cost of issuance standpoint. But that's the budget I have in there right now for these analysis purposes. Fixed costs on a bank loan are obviously lower because you don't have as many parties involved. Does that answer your question?
Yep, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Anything else? Jamie? Can folks hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Excellent. All right, so moving on, thank you for joining us today, Jamie, and we'll move on next to Dr. Riker.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. I'm going to wait till Brian gets there we go. So good evening to everyone, our 500 YouTube watchers out there and our 135 folks that are on our Zoom tonight. Tonight, I'm going to go over a very brief overview of our initial health and safety plan for the school district. And as you may know, the state and the Department of Education require all Pennsylvania school districts to provide and have board approved a health and safety plan before any in-person instruction can occur in a school district. On July 8th, the board provided guidance to the administration regarding three important questions, one being the size of a classroom, the number of students on a school bus, and the our planning for returning on August 31st. So Brian, if you can go back to the thank you, there you go, thank you. This page is part of the plan. It's indicated in there, and this is a team of individuals, including our administration, our union representatives, as well as our building administration, and you can see our supervisors of custodial services, curriculum instruction. This is a team of people that reviewed the plan and also were instrumental in providing feedback and input into the plan. If we go to the next page, I just want to address some other folks that were instrumental in providing input over the last several weeks on the plan. All of our teachers that are clearly focused on trying to redesign the way we teach so that it looks something very different than what our families have experienced from March to June, and trying to plan a more structured day with more synchronous instruction occurring as we can make that work for the district based on the professional development needs of teachers, as well as the equipment needs that we would have to do that. Mrs. Cole and the school nurses have done a great job in providing input on the plan with regards to guidance for if and when students were to demonstrate symptoms related to COVID-19, how we would respond as a district, what number of days they would be removed from school, or how we will respond in providing isolation to students and staff, and what is the procedure for a student or staff member's ability to return to school if and when they present symptoms or are tested positive for COVID-19. Mr. Zoll has been working on language to address employee concerns and questions that may be related to what was Act 13, which we know ended on June 30th of this year, as well as the Family First Act and the extended FMLA procedures that still are in place until December 31st of 2020. Of course, we all are familiar with the work that Mr. Schmid has done, and Ms. Calvecchio, our new food service director, in having served nearly 500,000 breakfasts and lunches since the school closed on March the 16th, and have continued that process throughout this summer including the addition of our adult program for our adults and seniors in our community. The curriculum department, who's continuing to work with our teachers on instructional practices that would be impacted under any of our green, yellow, and red phases. These are all new learning opportunities that as a district and as all districts are trying to prepare for how we can enhance and improve our instructional practices and methodologies under each of those phases. We had over 1,800 families, and I thank all of them for responding to our survey, which I disaggregated and provided to the board of directors. So that information was made available. I don't want you to think that fell on deaf ears. We actually used that information and everyone has looked at it. It's actually under the, on our webpage, under the board's communications. To our 750 plus employees, they also took time to respond to our survey, and that's all employees, professional staff, support staff. I just want to thank them for taking the time to do that. For Mr. Forsythe, who spent countless hours with me sifting through literally thousands of pages of resources and trying to boil them down into what we are presenting to the board this evening. Our Dr. Bart, who is our school district physician, who we've spent a number of conversations on as he reviewed and looked at our plan and provided input. The IU, our IU 20, has created a template that is really the model of the template that we're looking at this evening, and in collaboration with all the 13 school districts who worked in job-alike groups. Brian, if you can go to the next page, please. Thank you. And of course, to you, our board of directors, who 2 weeks ago gave us some of that direction as to what we would do under a green phase in terms of our return to school. Next page, Brian. So the purpose of the plan is really, and this comes from the American Pediatrics Association, is to really to mitigate, not eliminate. Obviously, our goal is to eliminate as much as possible, but a health and safety plan is really intended to do that. It's to mitigate. There is no 100% plan that can guarantee anything, unfortunately, and that will probably come when and if a vaccine is eventually provided throughout the country. The plan is fluid, and that's important. That's an important distinction. What is there tonight is going to be different in a week or less. It will be different in a month. And the way the plan is constructed and the way the direction that's been provided by the Department of Education, as well as the Department of Health and the governor, is that we have to have a fluid plan. Any changes the board would approve or be presented to approve at a subsequent board meeting. And that can occur this month, next month, September, October, as we go through this plan, whether that's guidance that we get different from any of those areas, the governor, the Department of Health, or the Department of Education, or whether we as a district see as we implement the plan that we have to make changes to the plan. I will share in the last part of this, we even updated what is being presented tonight based on guidance that was received late Friday. So it is a fluid document. And I'm going to talk a little bit later about where we can get you as a community can provide additional input to us as we look at the plan and really dig into the plan even more. Next page. So here are some of the challenges we faced as we started to design and create a plan. And it's really that balance. And I'm going to read these, even though I don't typically read from things, just because the significance of this balance is important to hear. We obviously are concerned about the health and safety of our students, staff, and community, as well as the impact of various phases on the implementation of our instructional methodology on student learning. Most students do not learn well online. We know that. Teachers teaching in synchronous classrooms face-to-face with students at the same time are not, while other students are not physically present in school, creates a whole nother set of challenges with respect to equipment, confidentiality, and even getting our teachers the professional development that will help them to be the best they can be in presenting that model. The availability and means of some families to access childcare and those who cannot. The availability of internet capabilities in our community and those areas that do not. The challenges of those with underlying medical conditions and those that do not. The increased risk for staff that are 65 years of age or older and those that are at a minimal risk. And the limitation of employees entering our facilities and schools being a community center, that our communities are used to having access to our schools. And our approach now is how do we minimize, to whatever extent we can possibly minimize, our access to our school facilities other than our employees and our students. So these are challenges, some of them. And while I list them as separate statements, they really don't stand alone because any one has any amount of impact on any number of the other challenges. So I'm going to take you through just a couple of those. So Brian, if you can go to the next page. So for example, you cannot have students stay home without impacting child care challenges for families. You cannot have all students in school without impacting those with underlying medical conditions. And you cannot have online instruction without impacting those without internet services. And you cannot have online instruction without impacting learning for students and instructional practices for staff and the learning support for our identified population. And the list goes on, so you can see how any one of those previously mentioned balancing pieces that we have to do is going to have an impact. You could do one, but it's going to have an impact on another. So we have to continue to wrestle with all of these as we look at the different scenarios and adjust the plan in a way that will present the least amount of challenges and the best opportunity for our students. Next page, Brian. So we want your feedback. And so what I presented here on this slide is a place for you to submit your comments to us so that we can create and generate a communication line between the district and the administration and our community. There's a link on our website. If you go to the main page on the website, you'll see under district news, the top heading, you click there and you'll have a document that you can fill out to give us your feedback, to provide comments, to share your ideas. Or you can type in the URL that I provided there, or you can scan the QR code that's on that screen. So I'll just let that sit there for a few seconds. If you want to provide feedback, we welcome it. We encourage you to do so. We will take that information and we will, as the week goes on this week and moving forward, we will present an FAQ that will answer your questions as best as we can, as well as make adjustments or recommendations to the board as we look to massage and adjust our plan. Next page, Brian. So this is page 2 of the plan. I'm not going to go through all 30 pages of the document, but this is page 2, which really looks at addressing the community spread in K-12 schools. You can see in the red phase, the plan is indicating that all of our schools are closed. The district would implement a remote learning approach using digital or non-digital platforms. And we would continue to provide for food services as we have since the closure in March. In yellow, we would do all of the things that we are doing in the green, as you see to the far right. The only difference is in yellow, the schools would begin to utilize the remote learning as needed to reduce in-person contact. So the plan currently shows for less students in school under the yellow, as opposed to all students in school under the green, physically in school, and no students physically in school under the red phase. Next page. So this is the instructional approach that we would be looking at. Again, the green phase is in-person. Instruction would occur each day unless a family has selected ESASD as their methodology for their student to receive their education. Under a yellow phase, it would be a group A and B. We would be dividing our students into one of those two groups. A group A would go to school on Monday and Tuesday all day. A group B would go to school Thursday and Friday all day, with those groups staying home 3 days a week and only being in school for 2 days a week. Wednesday is a deep cleaning day where the entire district would be cleaned, so that between group A and group B, there would be a thorough cleaning of all of the facilities. And not that that's not going to occur after each day, but it would occur with our custodial staff on Wednesdays, and the learning on Wednesdays for everyone would be in a remote location at home. Next slide. So this is what it would look like, the part of the plan. This is on page 29 of the plan, where we are required by the governor, this just came out a week ago, to present an emergency instructional timeline. This basically shows that at the present time, the green phase is 100% return. All students would be in person in the schools, again, unless the family has selected our cyber academy as an option. The yellow phase, 50% of the students would be in school on Monday, Tuesday. Everyone is in remote learning on Wednesday, and the other half of our students would be in school on Thursdays and Fridays. Families would have the option and they'd have the flexibility. Obviously, if you have children in multiple schools at multiple levels, we will remain flexible and accommodate those requests. So you may say, I want all my students to be in group A, or I want all my students to be in group B. Or if for some reason you don't want your students to be home at the same time together, you can be selective and say, I'd like these students in A and these students of mine in B. So it gives you that flexibility. The other piece that I will add to that is there's a lot of discussion about how can we have more synchronous face-to-face instruction between our teachers and our students. And we are speaking with the professional union on that, and we're collaborating with them, and they're supporting us in trying to work through those challenges. Our ESASD program will provide a more blended approach between a Google Classroom and Edgenuity, as well as the typical ESASD program, which is our Edgenuity program in a asynchronous model. So we are definitely looking at creating a more structured instructional methodology that would require students to be in face-to-face conversations with teachers as much as we can. And that's an important piece. We heard that from the surveys. We understand that's a critical piece. We are in agreement with that. We are working through those challenges, but if a family is really interested in a blended model, I'll say, between a Google Classroom and an Edgenuity as a resource for instructional practices for teachers, we're going to provide more information on that, but ESASD is the ideal place for that to occur at this time, because ESASD, which is our cyber academy again, is where we would separate those differences in that we would have more face-to-face opportunities, as well as families having the opportunity to look at an asynchronous approach if that was beneficial to their students' learning. Next page, Brian. So the template that the Department of Education provided to school districts had 13 mandatory elements included in it. Our plan as presented currently meets all 13 of those mandatory elements, plus 9 additional areas of focus that weren't required to be part of the plan. And so the main sections of our plan, I won't read all of these, but you see them listed here and where they are in the pages of the plan. So each of these sections, either the section heading themselves or the subsections, which I will share in a bit, meet those 13 mandatory elements of the Department of Education's plan that we're required to have, because once the board would approve a plan, the next step is it will go to the Department of Education for them to file. They're not approving plans or denying plans. They just are interested in receiving our plans. And then, as I said earlier, if the board were to choose to adjust anything in the plan, the board would approve those adjustments at a subsequent meeting, and then that would be sent to the Department of Education as well. Next page. So this is where we get into the subsections. So that page prior, I showed you 13 headings that fall in our plan. The first one was prevention practices, and under prevention practices in our plan, you will find all of these subheadings dealing with everything from cleaning, sanitizing, disinfecting. We've created a brand new environmental services manual that is in the back of the plan as an attachment. It talks about how each room in every building will be cleaned. It also includes a log for that practice to be maintained on a daily basis. It also includes a document for employees to complete if they were to bring in their own supplies, because we want to make sure every supply that anyone would choose to bring in is appropriate for our schools. So there's a procedure for ensuring that that happens. And that's all included in the environmental services manual, which, as I said, is newly developed as part of our COVID-19, but obviously will be something that the district will continue to include well beyond, because it gives a great deal of specificity to how schools, how buildings, how classrooms, how offices, how all of those areas, restrooms, will be cleaned, as well as the frequency in which some of those areas would be cleaned. So that's our prevention and practices. Brian, if you go to the next page. One of the things I want to point out at the top of this page is we also have included in our plan the fact that East Stroudsburg Area School District is a points of dispensing, or a pod, for the Department of Health. And at this time, the Department of Health has included J.T. Lambert, Lehman Intermediate School, and Resica. Should a vaccine be available anytime in the near future or anytime in the future, no different than those of you that may remember the H1N1, these locations would be locations that the Department of Health would identify as areas in which our community could go to receive those vaccines. Of course, we're at their discretion. They can change that, and we would communicate that as needed. The next three bold areas you see on this page are, again, they're three of those 13 headings that I shared in the beginning, and the page numbers as it relates to those headings. So transportation, human resources, and entering school buildings, and what the plan would include. This isn't all the specifics of the plan. I'm just sharing an outline of that. Next page, Brian. So here you see a bunch of others related to serving meals, social distancing, class changes, large group gatherings, teaching and learning. You can see all of them listed there. Again, all parts of the plan with specific areas. So if there's something there you're looking at and you say, I want to see what the plan says about that area, you can look at it. If you see something you don't like, or you have an idea, you can click on our website, you go to that document, and you give us that feedback, and we will take all of those and put that and synthesize that into something that we can share with the board as considerations for making adjustments to the plan. Next page. Sports and extracurricular, that's a topic that, of course, those of you that may have students participating in district athletics, that was addressed last month in the school district's athletic health and safety plan, which is the only other plan required by the district. Neither of them are instructional plans. They specifically are focused on health and safety. The question often comes up, at what point does a district decide, or can a district decide if youth sports are going to continue or any extracurricular activities? That is a decision that resides with the board of directors. The governor has issued that. I indicated that here on June 10th. The governor has indicated that the authority is not at this point through the PIAA or the EPC, which is our sports teams that we participate in. It is issued through the board of directors. So any decision to halt anything related to our sports and extracurricular activities would be a decision that rests with the board of directors at this time. Future communications, I talked about the FAQ that we will be sharing as early as this week based on feedback we receive on our plan. We will also be sharing what an instructional day will look like for students under the green, yellow, and red phases, and how those vary for an elementary student, an intermediate student, a high school student, and an ESASD student. The goal isn't that students, if we're in a virtual classroom environment where students are home, the goal is that students are not sitting in front of a computer for 7.5 hours a day listening to lectures or direct instruction. So we are going to have an abbreviated instructional piece with additional office time, I'll call it, for our staff to work with students independently or in small groups to provide that additional instructional support to our students in a virtual environment. Next page, Brian. The health and safety plan requires, and you can see this is on pages 17 through 20, they require professional development, and you will see in the plan a number of items beginning as early as this Wednesday, where we have our administrative retreat that we will be reviewing with our building administration, as well as our school police and security, any number of these items, custodians, and you can see the list. This basically is, okay, you have a plan, you have these items in the plan. How do we ensure that that information gets transferred to our employees, to our administrators, to our teachers, to our students? And this is where we would add and continue to adjust any professional development needs that come up. And we have 3 pages in there now that focus on some of those needs as they are presented. So Brian, you can just scroll through those.
Yeah.
Okay, next page. Communication obviously is important. I've talked about that a bit in terms of how will we continue to communicate and receive feedback from our community and our families on our plan and how we can improve our plan or make it better. We fully expect that. We fully expect that there will be changes and there will be ideas that we can put into the plan, even though, as I mentioned in the beginning, a lot of people have had input into the planning. Now we're expanding that to include everyone that we can, and anyone who didn't previously provide input to the plan now will have the opportunity to do that as we move forward. Next page. So these are the changes I just want to share. I share them with the board. I want to share them with the community and everyone that's out there listening. There was a question on face masks that has always come up. Last week, I presented to the board that the Secretary of Health had issued an order on July 1st that indicated that students or staff could choose to not wear a face mask for medical reasons, and that they did not have to provide any justification, nor could the district ask for any justification regarding that. They have since modified that, and the language that has been added to the plan that would be included for tonight's decision by the board is that individuals with a medical condition or disability that precludes them wearing the face mask in school would now be required to provide documentation in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, which also includes a 504 or an IEP requirement that may result in a student and or a staff member not having or being able to wear a mask in school. Other than that, the current orders from the Secretary of Health is that everyone would wear a mask unless they are greater than 6 feet away from others. And in that case, they could remove their mask. And that would include any time we're in school where we would be distanced that far apart. The other item that was changed on the plan is, and this was a suggestion by one of our board members, was that we have a listing of testing sites should someone present symptoms of COVID-19 or need to be tested. They, of course, would work through their family medical practitioner, and they would obviously indicate where they could go, but we also wanted to provide an active website through the Department of Health that will continue to update as sites may become added or more available to our community. That's my entire presentation. I look forward to hearing from folks on their feedback. It's a quick overview of what's in the plan. And if you have, as I said, if you have ideas, you have comments, you have things you think we could put in our plan to make it even better, we welcome that input. So thank you. Thanks, Rich.
Thank you, Dr. Riker. So moving on to our agenda is public participation. I'd like to make a few words on this here. The board must consider all students in approving our plan. This includes children with special needs, our low-income families, our high-achieving students. All students must be considered as part of this plan. We must also consider our staff, our teachers, our support staff, our bus drivers. These are all part and parcel of this project. The district has more than one option for families. As Dr. Riker discussed, there is the ESASD, and it has two flavors there. You can do completely cyber school education, or you can do a Google Classroom type of project class where you have FaceTime with a live teacher and do synchronous learning with that group. It is not being in the classroom, it is different, but you are participating from your home to do that. And so that's an important thing. There are many options, there's essentially many options to go with here. Please do not dwell on last year's experience. We are looking at this as, how do we make it better for this coming year? And so we want to know how this plan will affect your children, your family, yourself, if you're a teacher, for example, or a bus driver, for this coming year, not last year, this is the next year. And please keep your comments to 3 minutes, and this may be difficult. We will only provide one opportunity per speaker to have to speak to us. We do not respond to the speakers. If you have a question about how the plan works, I urge you to use that link on the website to ask those questions, and the FAQ will update those things there. The questions that you may, I'm sure there are many questions, so use that link and those answers will be provided at that point. You're not going to get an answer from us tonight because we may not have the right answer for you right this moment. But please be considerate of all the other folks in our community, and we want to know what you have to say now. So we're going to turn it over to Ms. Shomo. We're going to allow her to talk now. Go ahead. All right. Ms. Shomo, are you there?
She's muted.
Yeah, she's muted. I've asked her to unmute.
Can you unmute her?
She's there, she's up, but she's muted.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. I can't personally unmute her. Okay, well, we're going to keep her hand there and we'll come back. So I'm going to allow Madison Carcutt to talk.
It's actually Keith Carcutt. I apologize. I must have signed in.
Oh, you lied to us.
I did.
Okay, go ahead. Yep. All right, Keith, I think I muted you there by accident. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm quite upset about this plan. I printed it out. It's almost 200 pages plus. And after analyzing other school districts in the state of Pennsylvania and seeing their plans of action, which show layouts of classrooms, flow in the hallways, how people will come in and out of the school in the morning, the procedures for bringing people in and out. And then I read our plan, and basically our plan is a almost photocopy, cut and paste, of the whole entire document, maybe 20 pages that Dr. Riker went over, that part, and the environmental services manual that Mr. Romagno put through. And I applaud him on that, because that's an actual plan. I mean, it actually shows what the employees are supposed to be doing and how they're going to be doing it. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know how physically our custodians can do all of that work in one shift. And I hope we're hiring other custodians to cover that. But what's upsetting me is a couple other things. Is we have a committee that was formed of stakeholders, but yet only 2 teachers and one staff member. We did not have one bus driver on that committee. We did not have one secretary on that committee. We did not have one cafeteria worker on that committee. It was a very select group of committee. It was a very select committee, and and it says it's supposed to reach all stakeholders, which it didn't reach all stakeholders. And then to look at this plan and see that we're talking about a green phase and a yellow phase and a red phase, but nowhere on this plan does it address whether it will be a green phase, yellow phase, or red phase in Monroe County or Pike County. We have 2 counties in our district, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 schools in Pike County, and we have the rest in Monroe County. Now, if Pike County is green and Monroe County is yellow, some families have students that that might go to school in Monroe County, maybe at Middle Smithfield or Resica, and the rest of the students might go to Pike County schools. So nowhere in this plan has it addressed that issue, which really is alarming. And again, this whole issue is basically a photocopy of the state guidance. But even today we're talking, Dr. Riker mentioned that we're referencing the pediatrics, but yet other plans address the CDC, but yet other plans address other organizations. We need to stick to one organization and make our plan that way. It just seems like this plan is fluff and sizzle that doesn't say anything. It doesn't say what will happen if a teacher gets sick. It doesn't say what will happen if a student gets sick. It doesn't say what happens if it doesn't even address how students will get on and off the buses. I don't even think you have,
Mr. Carcutt.
I'm sorry. I have a clock. I have a clock right now. It doesn't even say how many students. And what alarms me is you all talked about last week, you approved 25 students in a class. That's the CDC requirements. Most of our school classrooms are not even big enough to house 25 students, since the directive of the boards of years past was 16 to 18 average in a class. Nowhere in this plan is that addressed. I hope this plan is only work in progress, but how can a parent judge what they want to do with their children if this plan doesn't say what we're actually doing? I thank you for your time, and I give you credit for what you're dealing with, and look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Mr. Carcutt. Okay. I'll go with the next person here. Therese, can you hear us?
You got my name right and everything. Good.
Awesome.
Thanks. So I'm not going to belabor the other stuff. I will absolutely 100% agree with everything Keith said. I would also like to suggest that the board and the district and whoever it is that's going to be making the final call on the masks, consider that students or teachers who claim they are not able to, for medical reasons, wear a mask, that they are required to wear a shield, because a shield does not prevent you from breathing and a shield will not prevent you from seeing. But it would save other people the issue of getting your germs all over them. Because it looks like we're opening up normal anyway. There should be something in place to protect everybody else, because it's not about the wearer, it's about the people around them. And I would like to yield my time to whoever is speaking next. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next is Rebecca.
Is that what they're saying? Exemption? I heard something about exemption.
Am I there?
Rebecca
Is it
Hilger?
working? Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do I really get to have her time? That would be very exciting.
We have a lot of people here.
All right, just kidding. So I appreciate the time and effort that went into this. And I do believe that there was probably a lot of it. I do actually have kind of a lot to say, because I think that even though there was a lot that went into this, I think that there was unfortunately a lot that was missed, particularly in that very last piece that we just heard from, which is that there's that future piece that we're going to hear from, which is the what a day will look like is left for the future. And I think that that part is huge, because it's the difference between our children surviving versus thriving. And I don't want our kids to just go to school and survive COVID. I think we should be aiming for our children to go to school and thrive. And so I think if what we're looking at here is sending our kids and saying, it's okay, right? Because all of those prepubescent, like, let's be clear here, it's the prepubescent children that are not getting COVID at the higher rates and that are at the higher risk. So we're looking at the kids that are really under the age of 9, that are going to go in and survive as long as they're wearing their masks, not taking into consideration the teachers and the other adults in the school buildings, right? But what about their thriving? So they can't touch each other. They can't touch the teachers. They can't really kind of emote properly. And so the teachers, when they're standing 6 feet away, can emote, but then they can't tell what the kids are really picking up on. And a lot of them are going to be sitting in one classroom all day long is kind of my understanding of this, maybe changing from here to there, but what are they really getting out of this? All they're going to be hearing is that they have to keep things clean and don't touch each other and don't touch that and you can't share and we're not going to be doing this class. And what about the arts, by the way, in school, which is a lot of people's escape while they're in school? They're not going to be getting all of those things. Anxiety is going to skyrocket. Depression is going to be there. And in all of those trainings for staff that you're talking about, what I'm not seeing in that professional development is mental health training. So what are the guidance counselors and what are the teachers getting as far as mental health training for these young combat soldiers that are going in for all the rest of us into these schools? And what are they getting out of all of this? I'm scared for our kids going in, that just because it's green and we can have a lovely dinner outside, as long as we have chicken fingers with our alcohol, right? That I feel like the trauma that they're going to get out of being in school for 8 hours all day wearing masks is not worth the benefit here. And we're not kind of building in a plan, because what we're not hearing is any of these plans being fully fleshed out and established. We're not hearing that these virtual learning plans for the yellow things are established. Got it.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Angela, you're up.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my biggest concern here is
what is going to be put into place if we do go back into the yellow or red phase for those children that have internet but have terrible, terrible internet? My daughter did very well in school in her freshman year, all the way up until the second week of March when schools were closed. And out of a 24-hour period, I maybe have fully functioning internet for an hour. And we're pretty much just out of luck at that point, and there's really nothing that I can do for her.
Okay, thank you. You want to address that comment, that question to the FAQ, and there will be response to that.
I've already contacted, I've left messages with the superintendent's office. I just spoke with them earlier today. I've reached out to Mario Scavello's office and spoke with him this afternoon. And I know the FAQ is being put into place here, but how do I plan when I don't know what I'm planning for? You know, we have the ESASD program, which sounds great and is something that I would really be interested in doing with the Cyber Academy, but I can't do it because I live in Cresco, where the internet, they've never run cable lines to my home that was built in 2000. I have Verizon internet service that, you know, I can barely even make phone calls from my house because of how terrible the service is there. So I don't know if there is a plan or any options that if the kids do go to school Monday and Tuesday and then have remote learning Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, if there is a plan that is being put into place at this moment so that on August 31st, if this is what I am put in, if that is the situation that I'm being put into, if I'm going to have to scramble around to figure out how I'm going to help my daughter succeed, or if at that point it's just, you know what, we just wing it like we did since March.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next up, Mr. Torres.
They don't even answer me. They don't even answer me.
You were told we would not be answering you.
So there's not even anything that you can point me in the right direction. Who do I speak to? What do I do? Do I have to move at this point?
Ma'am, I'm gonna ask you to again speak with the superintendent. That's really, we can't give you an answer we just can't give you an answer. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I just want to say that I agree with Mr. Carcutt. I believe the board and the administration just took a template, cookie cutter action on this plan. I feel that 25 students in a classroom is unrealistic. You're using the pediatric guidelines of 3 feet. If you want to really mitigate, you should not be using the 3-foot standard in classrooms. I feel that the school should open under yellow, despite that we are in green for safety. I believe the schools should install UV bulbs in their HVAC systems to mitigate the spread of any airborne viruses, bacteria, or mold. I believe that the district should look into putting in internet access in their parking lots for the public to use, students to use, parents to use, who do not have adequate internet service. And I believe that students or staff members that do have pre-existing conditions should be allowed to wear face shields instead of masks. And those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. I yield the rest of my time to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Next, we have Angela. Angela Lapomo?
We already heard from her.
We heard from her, Rich. She was right before.
We
Mr.
did,
Cooper.
okay.
Yes,
all right.
next one, yeah.
Thank you. Give me a moment here. Daryl, you're up.
I got it. I
Go
am
ahead.
myself. I got it. Okay, the plan that was presented to you last week starts with green phase that is simply opening the schools as if it was August 2019. And we're angry. We are buying collared shirts. Everyone come to school. This is not possible. We cannot start the 2020 school year at green. And I beg of you to say no to this proposal plan that not only will put our children at risk, but our teachers and staff. The governor's reopen plan, updated as of July 20th, has yellow as all students learn from home phase. Our plan has it hybrid. This doesn't even mesh with the governor's plan. But instead of going back to the drawing board, perhaps you can just take green right off this chart and start directly right at yellow. I propose we do A, B. I don't have to explain that. Thank you, Dr. Riker, for doing that earlier, but 25 kids to a class is entirely too many. A, B will help that cause also. I even looked into having each teacher given an iPad to not deplete their own technology at $323 an iPad. It's not hard to get the best price in time of need. Reminding everyone that is going to tell the board their mask woes. This is not an option, it's the law. And yes, there's always the exception to the rule. You can read the exception for your child's shields are an option. The PTO has also gotten quotes and samples for teachers for shields, also to find the best pricing because we're tired of seeing the waste of money that's going through the budget. The time is now to protect our community, and we expect that you will do everything you can do and nothing less. No green ridiculousness. Every student should be temperature read before they even enter the school, before they even enter the bus, which leads me to the next thing. For all the parents that have busing demands, first, I'd like to remind or enlighten everyone to the fact that according to PADOT, ESASD is not required to provide busing to your child. They choose to provide busing to your student. I expect that every parent in this community begins to act like a community member. How can we do this? Example, my son started to drive this year. He was going to still be taking the bus to save money and miles on the car. Well, not anymore. He will be driving to school, and he'll be taking 2 neighbors to save the bus for the parents that absolutely need to use the busing for their children. I expect that if you're able to drive your child to school in a pandemic, you do it, and you bring your neighbor if you can, and if it's safe, and add an aide to the bus to take temperatures. You cannot go into the school if you have a fever. At the school, no one, staff or students, could go into the building unless they do not have a temperature. We are a community, we are East Stroudsburg, and it's time to start remembering who we are in the Pocono Mountains. I am asking that you approve the dress code that we have been going over since March, which is the dress code of old. Let the kids be who they are. You have heard my speech umpteen times, so now I will just say one more time that every child deserves the right to free equal education, no matter their race, ethnic background, religion, sex, whether they are rich or poor. But nowhere does it say unless they're wearing this collared shirt or these khakis. And I think the last thing everyone needs right now is to worry about if they're wearing the right kind of pants to school. Lastly, I would like to commend our children and teens for the way that they conduct themselves. Example, when coming to the board with their issues like the way dress code was brought to you or protesting in town, the Black Lives Matters. I couldn't be more proud to be a member of East Stroudsburg. I think that maybe while we were sitting home, some of our community's members might have forgotten we are all one. And while yes, all lives matter, right now we're concerned for the certain lives of some of our community members that need our help more than ever. And when we stand for the pledge in the beginning of this meeting, we said for liberty and justice for all. As East Stroudsburg, we are for all. So if that means that you need to address an issue that is going on with a member of the staff that has influence on our students, the students that know that for all means for all, then you need to address that issue. And you need to let the for all people know what you did and what you are doing. Maybe to a lecture on racism in our community for our staff might be a good reminder before the school year starts to start everyone on the right foot and
Okay.
shake off the me of sitting home for months in quarantine. Thanks, Rich.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Next up, David.
I almost got it and he was yelling at me.
David Krupski,
Yes,
you're up.
thank you for taking the time and listening to the concerns of the public with regards to opening the schools. There are 3 things that I would like to speak about tonight. My name is David Krupski, and I have 2 children at Bushkill Elementary. The first, my child has a 504 plan, and Bushkill Elementary School and its administration and teachers were wonderful in administering this plan and making sure that both of my children were educated and their health and safety were a top priority. I would like to give the biggest thanks to the teachers and the staff of Bushkill for their service and commitment to the community. The teachers of this district have been nothing less than amazing during this crisis and should be credited for it. Second, I would like to discuss the reopening plan. There are multiple problems with this plan. We should listen to the science in this sense. The science has stated that this idea will not work. At 3 feet, there's a 20% greater chance of infection. This was also stated by Mr. Andrews last meeting. The idea of having students stay 6 feet apart or even 3 feet apart while being in school will be a difficult, if not impossible, task for teachers. The science also says that the idea of children not contracting the COVID-19 virus is a faulty premise for schools, as the American Academy of Pediatrics cuts off the age of children at 10. Adults start at the age of 14. So for our district's high school students, this stat is null and void. Even if we go with the lowest numbers for the state of PA and assuming that there are only 1,000 employees as part of the East Stroudsburg Area School District, that's roughly 15 to 20 hospitalizations. In terms of our students and the community, please understand that when we account for the racial and economic class of our district, those numbers will be much, much higher. Please do not give up on our community, our students, our teachers, and our staff. This district has a long checkered history tonight, and tonight you have the opportunity to prove that you have not given up on the great people of this community. I understand that there are conversations and information that I am not privy to, but I beg of you to prove that you understand the hardship that this event has caused on our district. Finally, I would ask that the board to consider what happens as this pandemic continues. While studies show that students have only retained about 70% of the information they were taught last year, these same studies show that a school year with a normal schedule, with a schedule that is not normal, i.e. a rotating schedule of half hybrid shutdown, online and in-person teaching, students will only retain about 40% of the information taught. How did the students adjust to a schedule where their classmates are quarantined or their teachers are out for 14 days? This is not an ideal way for students to learn. So if we really have the students and their education in mind, it only makes sense to, it only makes sense to me to have a schedule which will not rotate off the base of the interactions of this virus. It should also be noted that tonight's presentation took time to mention all of the problems with synchronous online learning and spent no time talking about the problems of in-person instruction. I hope that this was an oversight and not an indication as to the board and central administration's preconceived thoughts as to this plan without hearing and truly considering the concerns and thoughts of this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Okay, next up, Valerie.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Valerie, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I am an employee and I also have a child in the school, and it has been very stressful. I'm a lunch lady, so it's been super stressful. And my thing is that these kids are sitting in a classroom all day and not moving. And that is a big major concern. They're not gonna, if they can only have physical education or recess outside if it's nice. What do they do if it's not nice outside? Do they go to the gym? Do they get to run around? Do they get to let a little bit of energy off? I don't think so. Also, if the children are eating in the cafeteria, are they going to be given extra time for lunch? Because it's going to take extra time for them to be served, because there's only going to be so many kids allowed in the serving area at one time. And they only get 20 minutes for lunch now as it is. It's going to take much longer to serve them, and they're not going to sit in their seat. They're not going to sit away from each other because it's the only time they're going to get to talk to each other. And if they're not, again, they're sitting in the classroom all day eating and doing class. And lastly, the dress code. If they could be relaxed, at least until this whole thing is over, sitting with a polo shirt and khaki pants all day is not comfortable for anyone. And I'm sure we've all done it, and it's not pleasant. Just so they could be comfortable and they don't have to worry about anything else. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Valerie. Next up, Alessandra.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Thank you all. I appreciate the effort placed into this 492-page supporting document. I am still concerned with this policy as it misses a lot considerably. For example, it states high-touch areas will be cleaned 4 times per day by custodians, as well as student learning areas at the end of each day. I am concerned with that because I hope that the budget allows for more custodians and more support staff. For those who have not read 492 pages or simply skimmed, everything is essentially canceled, including traveling to other buildings and or field trips. The arts are going to be conducted in classrooms. My question is how? Physical education is required to be held outside when feasible, but now what does that even look like, especially when there is no shared equipment, including playground equipment? School meals will be served in the cafeteria and seats will be assigned to avoid face-to-face seating and or every other seat with minimum discussion amongst each other. Honestly, this sounds like prison for my 8-year-old. Mental health training or guidance has not been discussed, and that is extremely alarming for students and support staff alike. All staff are expected to report to work, as are all children. However, has this attendance policy even been adjusted? Because I didn't, again, see it. I could have missed it in 492 pages. The policy states when one thinks or knows they have COVID-19 and has symptoms, etc., what is the guidance for staff and support professionals if there are increased numbers and there are not enough support staff to cover the day? How are we supposed to simply section off an infected area for 24 hours if it was in a classroom, for example, especially when we're suggesting 25 persons, including the teacher, in that classroom? I am fearful for our teachers and support staff with this plan, honestly. I can choose my child's safety and easily look into other options because the East Stroudsburg School Board has decided that we are apparently planning to begin this school year as if no pandemic has occurred. This green phase planning is detrimental to our community. My final suggestion is for the teachers and support staff because you are simply amazing. Please take care of each other and remember that your health matters just as much as the students. Again, I commend the school board for this plan. There is a lot that has to go into this. I am just frustrated because I was hoping to get more than future planning and hopes. I'm still kind of left with the I don't know factor for next month. And that is extremely aggravating and extremely frustrating. And I know most of everyone on this call is probably in the same boat, trying to figure out how am I supposed to figure out work, because I'm still required to report to work, as well as thank you, as well as trying to figure out what's best for my child. Again, thank you all, and good luck with everything.
Thank you. Next up, Maria Hopkins. Go ahead, Maria.
Okay, thank you. Your thorough cleaning plan is admirable, and I applaud you for that. But COVID-19 is more easily spread person to person and not surface to person. It seems like you put a lot of effort into the cleaning and a lot less effort into the social distancing that's required. But this is where your plan fails. The 3 feet of social distancing just isn't adequate. Your whole plan is actually a recipe for disaster. And it's at the very least very insensitive to our staff. There was a reason that our schools had drive-by goodbyes with no contact with the teachers at the end of the year. Our teachers are vulnerable, and I don't believe that they are truly being taken into account. That's all. I'm not going to repeat what everyone else has said. That's all I have to say for that.
Rick, you're muted.
Jacob, you're up.
All right, I'm speaking. Wow, this is great. Listening to this, I haven't heard one person that likes this plan. And everybody is right. This plan is ridiculous. The 3 feet of social distancing is completely unacceptable. Couple of questions. So you're driving along and you see a cement wall, and you go, no, I'm going to hit the wall. And what's the wall? The wall is flu and cold season. And what are people going to do when little Johnny or little Debbie in the first or second week of October wakes up with the sniffles, and his or her mother says, oh my God, does my child have it? So, does the board know, not the board, does the administration, Superintendent Riker, do you know how many children in the school district have insurance? Because if they don't have insurance, then they got to pay for a flu shot, unless you work something out maybe with the Pennsylvania Department of Health to give them free flu shots. So you got to know who doesn't have insurance. You got to know that. If you don't have the answer to that, you better find out the answer. And you should find out the answer to the question of how many children don't have internet or an appropriate laptop also. This is the wall. So this plan completely falls apart in October, and it'll be devastating for the whole school district. And every parent should have the option, the easily facilitated option, and the district should facilitate this option to opt out and go for cyber, because this is a matter of capacity. And you really, everybody got to be 6 feet apart. This 3 feet apart thing, why are you wasting your time, everybody else's time, and jeopardizing everybody's health? Not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Next up, Melanie Diaz.
Hi, good evening. I just want to thank you all for your work on this plan. I know it's not very popular, and I'm going to reserve some opinions. I know it's fluid, and a lot of others have mirrored some of my concerns. So I do look forward to receiving the information in August. As one other person mentioned, I have an employer that I need to communicate to what accommodations I'm going to need if I choose Osaka, or if we return in, with that modified schedule, and hope that they are willing to work with me on that. So that's very important. And, you know, SOC is not my first choice, but there's some information that I need before I can make that decision. I'm not completely opposed to it. It's just not my first choice. Communication for me is going to be key when I send my children back to their schools. You know, if they're exposed or potentially exposed, how is that communication going to look? You know, how long will it be before I'm informed that, you know, my entire family has been potentially exposed? So that's probably the biggest thing. Also, you know, what a day in the life is going to look like in the classroom for my children. But the other thing that I wanted to touch on, because I haven't really heard it be a point of discussion, and unfortunately it's something that, you know, we need to remember, is that, you know, despite COVID, tragedy and evil still exists in the world. And, you know, what are the emergency drills going to look like, or fire drills? I don't know if that's been discussed or thought of, and I'm sorry if I missed that in the extensive plan, but if it's not in there, I just wanted to bring that up and make sure that it's on the radar. So that's it. Thank you guys again, and I don't envy you.
Thank you, Melanie. Next up is Rebecca Garrett.
Hi, Rich. It's actually Audrey. I'm using Becca's iPad. Sorry.
Oh, that's I'm gonna have to take you off and put you at the bottom of the page now.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
please
Don't
proceed.
do that. Okay, real quick. I know I'm going to repeat what everybody else is saying, but here's my 2 cents. You guys said Google Classroom is not an option for the green phase. Why not? If it's available in the other phases, it should also be available in the green phase. I cannot send my kids to school. I have 3 people at home who have compromised immune systems. 2 which will probably be okay. 1 of them, it would definitely kill them. So I cannot safely send my kids to school with 25 kids in a classroom. Our cyber school, you're saying maybe Google Classroom, but mixed with Ingenuity. My kids did not do well with Ingenuity. So therefore, I'm going to go now and look at other cyber schools outside of our district and see what they have to offer that isn't Ingenuity and Google Classroom based, more so for my kids to succeed. When I do that, if I choose a cyber school outside of ESASD, that's 3 kids, you're losing almost $60,000 for my children to learn somewhere else because we can't do Google Classroom. Hang on. And then teachers, do you have an alternative for them? You have an alternative for kids. They can do cyber school. What about teachers with compromised immune systems? Are they going to be punished? Are they going to have to collect unemployment? Are they going to be fired? What's in place for them? And then I am in a high school every Tuesday because we do the food pantry. We meet the people outside. Nobody comes in the school. But yet the office does not have plexiglass to keep them safe for the people that have to come in and do their paperwork. Are we going to keep our office staff safe with all these people coming in and out of our building? We need to think of everybody's safety. And I really don't think that we are right now. So I think our plans need to be relooked at. I know we all say about daycare, but we are not a child's daycare. We are a school and we need to keep everybody safe. Parents have been doing things up until now to make it work. Why can't that continue through the school year? There's things in place that they're doing. They're obviously able to work now. We need to consider everybody and not just worry about people who need daycare, because that's not what we are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Audrey. Next up is Camelia. Unfortunately, you're not available to speak with us because you're using an older version of Zoom. So I'm afraid I can't accept you right now. If you want to upgrade your version of Zoom and log back in, we'll get you a little later on this evening. Next up is Vicky. Vicky, you're on the line.
Okay, Rich, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, thanks, Rich. First of all, I have a child that's in Osaka, and it's going to be his 3rd year, and we're very happy with Osaka, and Dr. V and his staff are very great. When I hear all these bad, I don't want to say bad mouthing, but when I hear these bad opinions about it, I want the people to know that your kids were kind of shoved into Osaka and was not planned out the way they're supposed to be planned out. First of all, I agree with Keith Carcutt and Rebecca Hilgert in the beginning of the public speaking. I sent an email a few days ago to the board of directors, and I have never received a response back. And I also sent it to you, Rich, in person. You haven't received, did not give me a feedback on this. But my question was, if a teacher tests positive for COVID-19, are they required to quarantine for 2 to 3 weeks? Is their sick leave covered, paid? If that teacher has 5 classes a day with 25 students each, do all 125 of those students need to then stay home and quarantine for 14 days? Do all 125 of those students now have to get tested? Who pays for those tests? Are they happening at school? How are the parents being notified? Does everyone in each of those kids' family need to get tested? Who pays for that? If a teacher, a student, or family becomes ill and dies, who will be liable? You know, litigation will take place to the district because your plan that you present today is not what people are expecting to happen. What if someone who lives in the same house as a teacher tests positive? Does that teacher now need to take 14 days off work to quarantine? Is that time off covered or paid? Where is the district going to find a substitute teacher who will work in a classroom full of exposed, possibly infected students for substitute pay? Substitute teachers teach in multiple schools. What if they are diagnosed with COVID-19? Do all the kids in each school now have to quarantine and get tested? Who is going to go to pay for that? What if a student in your kid's class tests positive? What if your kids test positive? Does every other students and teachers they have been around quarantine? Do we all get notified who is infected and when? Or because of the HIPAA regulations, are parents and teachers just going to get mysterious, may have been in contact emails all year long? What is the stress? What is this stress going to do to our teachers, students, families, community? How does it affect their health and well-being? How does it affect their ability to teach? How does it affect the quality of education they are able to provide? What I'm trying to say is the plan that you have is not thinking about teachers, students, or families or community. You're putting them in danger.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. Next up, Jennifer, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jennifer Marmo, and I speak here tonight as parent and teacher. I've been at North High School for 17 years. Throughout my career, my students have become my children. I have students who have gone on to work for NASA, serve in the military, organize protests, and teach in our building. I value these children, now adults, in their lives, just as I value my own biological children, both of whom attend schools on the North Campus. My son attends Bushkill, and he has mental health issues that the staff at Bushkill have done wonders to help him with. During Learn From Home, his guidance counselor checked on him regularly. He will not be attending in person due to his asthma issues. And if I have to go into work, he will be living with my parents so I don't put his physical health at risk. But what about his mental health from not being able to be with his family? My daughter is supposed to start at North this year. She's our North baby since I got pregnant with her while I was already teaching. She is a band and chorus member and has been waiting since 4th grade to be in the marching band. She will not be attending in person so that I can protect her as best as I can. She is devastated, but her health is my #1 priority. I implore you to consider the impact that we as teachers have on our students. I have held students as they mourn the loss of a classmate. I don't want to do that again. I don't want to have to try to help them deal with the loss of a teacher. I don't want to mourn the loss of a colleague or a student. We can protect all of them. We can teach online. Give us the chance to show you how we can continue to impact the lives of our students, our children, my children. We have students changing the world. Let us continue to work with them safely so that we continue to cultivate those leaders. Thank you.
Rich, you're muted.
Hello.
Right. Camilla Patrick, you're up next. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Camille Patrick, if you can hear me. I am 16 years old. I'm a rising junior at North High School. I think that what this discussion is missing is voice from the student body. So I'm here to give it. I have a lot that I would like to say, but I understand that I am in a 3-minute time limit. So I'm just going to start speaking and see where I go. I just like to say I am severely disappointed by what I have seen our so-called plan to be. I'm amazed and baffled at the fact that even in a 492 apparently page document that we somehow still think it's acceptable to put 25 students in a classroom. That is ridiculous. Also, this idea that we can have cookie cutter classroom sizes is not going to work. A science classroom is different than a math classroom. The math classroom is different than the aquarium. The aquarium is different than every single classroom in the English wing. I am amazed at the fact that somehow from so-called research that could be made to compose nearly 500 pages, the people writing it could not see the research that says that you can't put 25 kids in the classroom. I encourage you all to please go to North, go to a high school, sit in the classrooms and see if you think you can fit kids 6 feet apart in there. Because again, 3 feet apart is just not going to cut it. Okay. Furthermore, this idea that we can have 2 students in a bus seat is also ridiculous. If you are not going to have student social distancing at all points of the day, do not open school. Just close it down if you cannot have precautions in place. If you were asking me in my heart of hearts if I would like to go back, of course I would. I would love to go back. I know that I thrive in a classroom. I actually, my freshman year of high school, was on stage accepting accolade for having the highest GPA in my grade level. My GPA has never dipped below a 5.0, so I'm very aware of where I thrive. But if I cannot say that my district is putting in enough effort and enough research to know that it is to prohibit as one of my fellow students or teacher being in a body bag by the end of this year, then I'm not going to go back. Also, we need to start really focusing on ways outside of Edgenuity to hold class. We need to have Google Classroom being seen as a more viable option because Edgenuity was simply not up to par, especially depending on what class you are attending. I would much rather have my teachers interacting with me through Google Classroom than I would through Edgenuity. I'm going to switch the subject for a second because I do not believe that this will be addressed if I do not address it. The DeLong situation, which I was amazed that all of the board members stayed silent about when someone got on the mic last Zoom meeting and called it out. Now, since I do not believe everyone's aware of what happened, I have the receipts and I can read what Mr. DeLong reposted. Mr. DeLong on Facebook in June, while he reposted a post from June, the picture said, "Can we just agree that we all matter and quit making it about race?" Ryan DeLong said, "It's time to love each other. If you want to be an a-hole, we can send you all to an island. You can be a-holes together. God bless America, happy 4th. When someone called him out in the comments, he said that he didn't believe what was happening was about race. It was about social economic status.
You've reached your 3 minutes now.
Follow the rules and work hard usually are in trouble. You need to address the DeLong situation. I will not allow you to.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Patrick. Next, I see Jane. Yeah.
Jenna?
Perhaps? Are you there?
Wasn't that just who we heard from?
No, that was Ms. Patrick.
Hello.
Sorry.
Yes, hello.
Hi. I wanted to know what's going to go on with the Head Start. If they're going to be going into class or not, because I have a 4-year-old that will not be able to wear a mask. And I would like to get answers and not like be muted and not ignored because they don't answer any questions.
That's exactly what's going to happen. Head Start program is the program of Pocono Services for Families and Children. They are responsible for the program. That's how that one works.
Okay, well, I still haven't gotten any answers.
And I'm sure they probably don't have good answers for you. At this point, I'm sure a lot of them are trying to figure this all out.
Okay, and then also my other thing is when will you guys be able to have an answer on when the kids go back to school? Because I am looking into online, but I would prefer to do like a Google Meet instead of the Edgenuity. So I would like to know a date on when you could have an answer on that.
I can give you the answer now. It's August 31st. That is the first day of school.
But if I'm going to do Ingenuity, I don't want to have to wait till August 31st to enroll in case it's full. So I would like to know if we can get an answer sooner because I would like to make that decision before August 31st.
As the superintendent mentioned, that you have two choices with the online school. You have the Google Meet version, or you can use an Edgenuity program. The Google Meet program.
But how is that going to be like going about? Like, is the teacher actually going to be like, they're going to send the books home and they're going to be face-to-face doing it?
Face-to-face online with the teacher.
Okay. Yeah, because I have a 4-year-old that has very big health problems that I will not send my kids to school.
Right. And so unfortunately, that's something that we cannot address here on this conversation.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
My eyes are not as good as they used to be. And so
It's getting dark out there, Rich.
it is getting dark. Bridget.
I don't even see it. Oh yeah, I do see Bridget.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my son does attend Middle Smithfield Elementary School. He does have a compromised immune system, but first of all, I do applaud the package that you guys just gave us an outline on. However, as a parent, I would physically like to see what my son's school, Middle Smithfield, is actually physically doing to ensure our child's safety. I encourage the board to maybe reach out to the elementary schools and encourage them to maybe put out a YouTube video to show the day, the day in the life of a student. Maybe each teacher could do that, because with the next school board meeting being in August and school also starting in August, that does not give parents a lot of time to decide whether they want their child to do in person or online. And having a household with 2 working parents that are working full time, that we both need to work full time, we are going to need to really plan for this. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is Amanda Sierra.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So I have 3 children, one who attends Bushkill and the other 2 who attend Lehman. And I'm fortunate to be able to stay home with them and not do, school in person. But my biggest concern is for other children. And who's to say that if a child gets sick, the parent just doesn't bring them into the school and just think it's an ordinary cold, and then they affect so many other children. I think that this is a big mistake and that school shouldn't open up, because I've seen it happen. Parents just send their children to school sick, and I'm not judging them because I understand they have to go to work and they have to get things done, but then they're putting other children at risk. And I think that this is just a huge mistake, and it just is going to spell disaster. And I know you can't comment or say anything, but I just wanted to address that because that is something that is very big here. They just send their children to school, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Good night. Next up, Catherine.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for hearing me. I would like to just point out that, as Dr. Riker stated, that students do not learn as well online, and an educated society is a better society. I have a 6-year-old son who will be attending first grade at ESE, and I fully plan on sending him. We all have choices to make in this decision, and I feel like the school board is coming up with various plans for all of us as parents. But we are also personally responsibility. We also have personal responsibility to keep ourselves safe, and we can take steps in doing that. We are able to wear extra masks or extra protection, gloves, whatnot. And I think as a society, we should do that for others. And it sounds like a lot of parents are very excited about this online program. And I believe in the administration to come up with a viable plan for a better online school for our children. And that will make it possible for the classes to be smaller than 25 if these children are going to do online learning. For the rest of us who have to go to work every day and find childcare, I understand that we all have different sides in all of this, and we have compromised immune systems and elderly parents that live with us, and we all have different sides in all of this. But my side, which should not be negated, is that I live in a 2-working family home, and I will have to find childcare for my son, who's 7, and daycares and preschools are not open because they're used to those kids going to school. So I do plan on sending my son to school. He will wear a mask and do as he's told because he's a good boy and he follows rules. And he's excited to go back to school. We've had extensive conversations about school and going back and how it will be different and how it will be changed. And he is still excited to go and meet his new teacher and see his friends. And I think that that's important to remember, that these kids do need to be around their friends, even if they can't touch them and even if they have to stay a certain distance away, just socializing with them. And I would just like to say again that I have full confidence in the administration to make viable plans for our kids to be in school safely. And I think that we should take personal responsibility to keep ourselves safe and have extra conversations with our children about keeping themselves safe and washing their hands and using hand sanitizer and keeping a safe distance. So that's really all I had to say, but I feel like my side should not be negated for everyone else's side. And I understand that we all have sides and we should all care for one another and do our best to keep each other safe. But I would like school to return in session full. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a person coming in on cell phone number. Are you there? Hear them?
Maybe
I'm
call
going to.
some of the
Are you there?
numbers.
Yeah. It's a phone number, and all right. Okay. Siobhan Shomo, you're up again.
She needs to unmute.
She's muted. So can we unmute her?
Yeah, I know. I've asked to unmute. I can't unmute them, but I can ask to unmute. And they were one of the first people from the beginning that were not there. Okay. I'm gonna disable talking.
Oh wait, she have muted, I think. Did she? Okay.
Did she?
Okay,
Sure. I see two other people have come up, but I think we've already addressed them, right? Is that correct?
At least Jenna.
We have not Michelle Hiller yet.
We have not had Michelle Hiller. Okay. No, that's that number again. Let's see if I get this right. All right, there we go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to bring up that a good point that Dr. Riker had said at the beginning about the plan being fluid. Being a healthcare worker and working in a lot of different settings between early intervention, home health, the nursing homes, and also the schools, because I do work in all of them, the fluidity is definitely a huge thing. And I am in agreement with that schools should open in green phase. And I do think that, you know, that we need to take the precautions that we can as much as possible. And, you know, the guidelines that the government sets really are very difficult to follow. And some of them don't make any sense when you're actually working out there in the field. And I feel like I've been dealing with that for many months as we go through all this. But I think the biggest thing that I've been trying to teach my children through all this is not to live in fear, and to continue to provide them with everything that they need to do to keep themselves safe when they're going out, and kind of really focus on their mental health through it all too, and just not focus on the fear and focus on the positive. And maybe that's because, you know, for over 17 years before this pandemic, you know, I'm treating family members with no matter what it is that they have, and always taking those precautions. So, you know, it is a new thing and it is scary, but I feel like not living in fear is also a big part of it for our kids, and relaying that on to them. So, and I think we're very blessed to have a school district that also has online, and that even though these decisions are really hard for parents, that everybody has that personal decision to make for themselves. And that's another reason why I'm in agreement for it to open in green, so that everyone does have that opportunity to make decisions for them, what they feel comfortable, because everybody going through this is at a different comfort level. And I think that we need to I think that the school district is doing the best they can to respect that everybody's at a different comfort level and offering those opportunities. So just food for thought that it is a very fluid plan. And I feel like that as school opens, that we will see things change, just like I have in all the other environments I work in. Like, it's really hard to keep up with what's changing now, especially when the governor changes. So I think the fluidity of it is really very important. And I think it's great that the parents have the ability to, they send them back, say, hey, I want them cyber school, pull them out, or put them in cyber school for the school district, and then be like, maybe after respiratory season, I'm gonna send them back, or they're not going at all because of compromised family member, or hey, everybody's healthy and my kids need to be in school for their mental health. So I just wanted to put that out there, that I am one of the parents that, I mean, maybe few and far between, but I am in full favor of them going back in green. And I appreciate everyone's hard work during this difficult time, because no one's been in this situation before. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try again with Siobhan. Siobhan, are you there? Okay, I see Siobhan as the last person, and this person is not answering the call. So I'm going to disable. All right, we have heard all of the discussion, all of the comments this evening. We are now at 9:15 in the evening. Thank you everyone who's made comments this evening. We're going to now move on to the next portion of our meeting. All right. So new business. Well, obviously this gets us right into the thick of things. A motion to adopt the health and safety plan for the East Stroudsburg Area School District as presented.
Question.
Okay, we have a
I'll make a
motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I think I heard Rebecca has a motion, and Lisa has a second.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. So first, what I'd like to do is just start with go through the list. Basically, everybody gets about 2 or 3 minutes of where they think they are on this. If you wish to say something, put it out there so we're kind of all on the same page on this, and then that way we can know where to head this conversation to. So alphabetically, who's first? I can't really think right now.
I guess I am, huh?
Well, I'm last then.
Yes. Well, I'll go last, but yes.
I don't mind going first.
Well, I don't mind going first either. Last on the 8th, when we decided to go with the green and all, we had we had said that we wanted Google Classroom to be part of that program. And that was for kids or parents who did not want to send their kids could get the same thing as what the normal people going to school wanted. And I go along with that. And that should be in the green for a couple of reasons. One, that it gives everybody an idea of what Google Classroom is going to be like. And if we go into yellow, we don't have to put these kids who were in school into another program. So basically, right now, as the program now stands, I cannot vote for it. Thank you.
George, just so I get just some clarification here. The only reason you can't vote for it is because Google Classroom won't be offered to students who will never walk into the building from day one. Is that correct?
No.
It's not correct.
There's some of those kids that are in class, if they get sick or anything, would need Google Classroom. Some of the people who don't like Ingenuity have no other choice but to use the cyber, and they don't want to go cyber. So the issue is a combination of them being more comfortable with Google Classroom, and there's no issue that I can see that they can't do Google Classroom now and go through it. And that's where I'm coming from. You're saying it's an all new program. It's not an all new program.
All right. So what Dr. Riker stated in the meeting was that Google Classroom would be offered for the online school. There's two tracks. One is that it's on Ingenuity is one track.
Offered along with as a combination. There's a lot of people who don't want Ingenuity, period.
Right, but it's a learning resource. It's not the classroom. And Ingenuity is a learning resource saying, go check this out. But the teacher will be on Google Classroom, right? You understood that? I understood that? Am I understanding that right?
No, that's not the way I read it, no. So
okay,
now, the way it is.
Let's go back to Dr. Riker. Dr. Riker, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you give us clarification as to what options there are for parents to go online through ESICA?
So if a parent wants to have a blended, more synchronous live instruction, they would have to sign up under the green phase to ESACA to get that option. They also would have the option under ESACA to be completely asynchronous, which is what the program is predominantly now. So we would have to add more teachers to our ESACA program, and we would assign those teachers by content or grade levels and look to provide the professional development to those teachers so that they are able to do more direct face-to-face instructional time under ESACA. It's a choice that parents are going to need to make with ESACA.
That's my issue. They have to make a choice now. I'm saying if they do Google Classroom, they don't have to make the choice now. They either go Google Classroom with or without sending their kid to school. So they have the option. And if we go to yellow, they're already doing Google Classroom and we're all set. So that's exactly what my issue is. Thank you.
Okay, so I think I understand you. Okay.
Rich, if I could just add, we have selected Google Classroom as our platform that our teachers would be using. Our classroom teachers, I'm talking now, I'm not speaking about ESASD. However, not all 580 teachers are ready to immediately switch to Google Classroom. And there's limited time for professional development, whether it's in the contract or whether it's time in the summer. We're going to look to see all we can do to provide that training, but I don't want to mislead people to think that Google Classroom in and of itself is just a simple switch you turn on and off, and now teachers and our teachers are great. I'm not saying they wouldn't pick it up, but we've surveyed our teachers to find out what their comfort level is with Google Classroom. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but there are a number of them that consider themselves a novice, which would.
Nor are they all good at it soccer either. So it's 6 1/2 on the other.
Yeah, I agree, George.
Okay, thank you. All right, so who's next?
Sharon wanted to go.
Okay.
I thought she did.
I did. Thank you. So I had a couple of comments that I just wanted to share. I wanted to first say this is definitely a heart over head decision as a school board member, also as a parent, as an educator, but we're trying to make emotionally responsible decisions in what seems to be an impossible situation. There are several things that I'm really concerned about, and some of which are totally out of our control. If we had a solid proof plan, I guess my question is, I still would be concerned about these things. And one of those things is compliance. Whether or not our young folks, adults, all of us are going to conform. Me, myself, I go to work every day, throughout the COVID-19 epidemic, and I'm sure many of us have. I'm just not sure that we can guarantee that people will follow the rules with a plan, whether it was rock solid plan or not. I also think that accountability for all of us. There has to be some personal accountability for our actions living throughout COVID. And it's almost not, yes, the administration and the school board will come up with a plan, but it still doesn't denote all the things that you need to do to make sure that you're safe and do the best that you can to make sure your child is safe. I'm not sold that we can provide 100% safe-proof environment for any child. But I recognize the power of education, and I think students ideally should be in school. The one thing that we've learned through COVID-19 is brick and mortar does not mean lack of instruction and or education. I think we can improve on the quality of what we've offered over the last couple of months based on scenarios that we've all heard. And I would love to open schools up in a green phase, and this wasn't an issue, but I'm gonna probably be fleshing out questions and answers as a responsible parent up until the day we go back. And I'm urging parents to assume, we're all responsible, but just to really think about best case scenario for your child, And the other, and my last and final thought is access is important. That every student or parent in the district have access to the best solution for them. And parents brought up some really good suggestions about the parking lot, some local spaces, but we need to think that through. I think we have a lot of opportunities to continue to flesh this out, and I really appreciate all the comments, and faculty and staff and students who spoke tonight, because they definitely gave us more to think about to make sure that this is a more fluid plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Do you want to continue in alphabetical here? That would then be Mary?
Rebecca.
Oh, Rebecca, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I, like Sharon, am a parent as well as a school board director, as well as a person with a compromised immune system. And every day I go to work, I worry, you know, I wear my mask. You know, just the other day, somebody came in and said, oh, I think I have COVID. I'm going to go get tested after I come see you. So I get it. Not everybody is going to be responsible as Sharon implored us to be. And there are, like, I have the concern about the buses, which I brought up with the 2 per seat. And what I suggested is, if you are a parent and you have you know your kid's going to be on bus 3, and you know that, you know, your daughter is friends with so-and-so who's on the bus, we should be able to do a survey once our buses are assigned to say, I would like my child to sit with on the bus, because I, as a parent, have trusted that other family to have the same standards that I've had with keeping myself safe as well as my family safe. And I know it's still close, but at least it's next to somebody who I've allowed my child to play with over the summer, or to socialize, somebody I've allowed in my home, because I have not allowed everybody into my home. I have not allowed my child to play with everybody, but I have allowed them to play with some. So I think on the bus, that could be something that we can look into, is saying, okay, you know, we know you're on this bus. Who are you comfortable with your child being with? And a lot of people were mentioning 25 students in a classroom. We never said 25 students. It was 25 people in a classroom, which could end up being 15 students with, you know, students with IEPs and instructional aides, as well as a teacher, as well as support staff. So the class may not be 25 students, because if it was 25 students, we would be then going over the guidelines of what was set out by the CDC for the number of safe amount of people in a classroom. And I was looking at the class sizes in the back of our books, and if every student came back to school, we would have issues in certain grades. And I went over and I marked all those grades that I thought would have issues based on keeping what I thought was a safe amount of students and teachers and support staff in a classroom. And, you know, as for the teachers that do have concerns, who do have students at home or family members that have issues, we need to really look at them too. And can they then do the blended ESASD program and teach that instead? So I would encourage the administration to do a survey to teachers who would like to volunteer to do the blended program, to do that as well, and see who wants to do what, and really ask teachers, you know, first choice, second choice, third choice, what do you want to do? And do our very best to accommodate them. And as parents, not every decision is going to be right for you, that's going to be right for me. And that's why I think there's 3 options. And we just need to really look at those options and say, what's best for me? And just because it's best for you doesn't mean it's best for me, or, you know, or somebody else's kids, and that's okay. And we do also need to look at the equity of services, because I know there are a lot of people who did take advantage of the Blue Ridge free community internet, and now it's not available anymore. So maybe they can get internet at the home, but it just doesn't fit in their budget. And that's an issue too we need to really look at. And great idea to have, you know, internet at the schools, but what if they don't have a car to get to that school to get that internet? We have to look at that as well, because that's not always available to everybody. So maybe for them, going to school is the best thing for them, because just based on equity, they don't have those services. But it doesn't make them a bad person because they want to send their kids to school. And that's what we need to remember. No decision we make is going to be the right one, but the decision you make as a parent and you as a teacher has to be the right decision for you. And that's why we're trying to give options. And maybe I don't even agree with all the options, but at least we have them. And like I said, and there's 4 of us on the board that are parents too, that really have to take a step back and look at not just what's best for the entire district, but what's best for our families too. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Rebecca. All right. Mary?
Thanks, Rich. Thanks to my colleagues for your thoughts so far and those that are coming after me. And thank you for everybody that has joined the meeting and shared their thoughts. I think, you know, we are certainly in a tough place. I acknowledge that as a parent. I have my own concerns. I mentioned some of those in our last meeting, and I just jotted down a couple of notes to make sure that I stay on point. I want to start off by clarifying, based on something George said in his remarks, that on July 8th, we didn't agree that we were going in the green phase. What we did was actually set some guidelines around where we wanted to start to give the administration guidance. And there was an understanding that we were going to be flexible. For example, as Rebecca just said, we talked about a maximum of 25 persons, not students, per classroom. But we agreed that there would be flexibility and creativity in terms of what a classroom would look like, because I kept saying we need 6 feet apart. And I was told several times that we didn't have to have a traditional classroom as a classroom, that we would be creative with other spaces. So I just want to remind us of that conversation. And that's part of the reason that I voted yes. Today, I still have a bunch of concerns about where we are. I appreciate what the administration has put together, taken into consideration as much feedback as possible. I appreciate and agree that it has to be fluid and flexible, because there is still high level of uncertainty. As a commissioner to the governor on Latino affairs, I see the situation from lots of angles, and I'm involved in the discussion from different areas. And so fluidity and flexibility have to be part of everything that we do. I still am pushing that we have 1 student per seat on the school bus, unless they are siblings. I think there's flexibility with Rebecca's idea about having friends be together. Again, I think that should be up to the parent, but I can't see that we would have 2 students per seat without the spacing, because a bus is an incubator. And therefore, if they're sitting on the bus all of this time on top of each other, then I'm not sure that it even matters that we're pushing for 6 feet apart in the classroom. I trust the administration. I consider myself a partner to the administration, because we are all in this together. But right now, I'm not comfortable returning to school in the green phase, starting with my own kids. I talk to my kids, I educate them. They are very aware of situations, but I'm not comfortable with it. Again, it's a tough decision, but if we look at other areas, New York and Chicago are implementing hybrid models. DC, Maryland, Virginia, most of California are going completely remote. And as of a couple of days ago, Governor Wolf changed the regulations about the capacity of businesses from 50% to 25% due to a rise in COVID cases during the reopening phase. Those are big concerns to me. So I know we're not voting, but I'm not comfortable going back in the green phase.
Thank you to Mary. Larry, you're up.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm done, Rich.
Okay.
I'd love to be able to get back to school, but there's so many issues, and working from home with so many students that don't have access. I don't know what we can do. I don't know. I kind of liked Stroudsburg and Pleasant Valley's plan, where the kids would go to school 2 days a week and do 3 days at home. But that's still really not going to work if mom and dad don't have internet and solve some of the other issues that we have. So I don't know. I was hoping to hear something tonight that would be, at least an 80% workable plan, but it just doesn't sound like we have that yet.
All right, Larry, thank you. Debbie?
Okay, well,
Hello.
obviously,
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Obviously, one of the things that helped drive the original decisions were we were in green, that a significant number of parents who were surveyed asked to have full day, 5 day a week attendance. However, there are still a significant number of things that need to be tightened up and safety measures, as I feel, that need to be put in place. I do think that having the YouTube videos of what your day will like might help parents sort of understand better. A part I said the last time was definitely not a workable number. And I think we have to be far more creative in how our classrooms are going to be set up. I understand what George was saying. If there's a student who wants to the classroom and stay with his classmates, rather than go to a separate classroom that would be on the online side, that makes a big difference too. That is part of that mental health portion that we're talking about. And I think that administration will come back with the right things for us and answer many of these questions, whether we have training for mental health, how we're going to take care of that, how we're going to enforce, if not face masks, face shields, which are permitted. And I asked that question so it could be said last time. And I think that if we give them another week and we meet again, we should hear some updated and better ideas and plans to make people more comfortable.
She's fading off.
Okay, I see she's put herself on mute. Apparently she's done. Yeah, so Lisa, you're next.
Am I? Okay. Okay. A couple of things that I don't even know where to begin. I agree with just about what everybody says. However, we set out to provide guidance for the school to open, and what's our plan. I mean, we closed very quickly last year and had to scramble. So we didn't put a perfect plan in place. Administration is working hard to answer everybody's questions, to get things done. There's many moving parts. It goes on and on. I agree with Debbie. We give them a little bit more time, as I'm sure they'll have some answers for us as things change, obviously, maybe daily, weekly. They're making adjustments to that. But the bottom line is school, we have to give them, we've provided 3 different options for our students, our teachers, and our parents. And the ultimate thing is here that we each have to make a decision for what's right for each person. And you may not feel strongly about going back to school, or you may have concerns, and that is certainly your right. And you certainly have, at least 2 other options to consider, if not more. Nobody is here to put anybody, in harm's way. That is not our intent, but we are tasked with making decisions for a majority of people. And we understand that other people have issues that they can't attend or they don't feel comfortable attending. I feel like I'm rambling on, but those options are certainly there, and we all have to make that decision for ourselves. But ultimately, the school is still a school where children come and learn, and emotionally they need their friends around. My daughter's 22. I mean, I have students that aren't too far removed from school either. She's going back to college. She's not happy with the online situation at ESU, which was mentioned in some of the letters we received. She's not happy with that. She asked me, Mom, what should I do? I said, I can't tell you that. You have to make that decision. But ultimately, she wants to finish her education, so she'll do what she's got to do. And that's a decision everybody has to make for themselves. She's 22 years old. She wants to be with her friends. She has to make that decision. We all have to make decisions how we feel safe. And if you don't feel safe, then you have that option. Otherwise, if you want to go to school, you go to school. The busing issue that a few of you have mentioned and other people have mentioned, if you read the plan, it says that they will, I'm probably going to say this wrong, but put students on in progression. So what that means, so, spacing them apart, and then obviously a maximum of 48 to come to school. So they're not going to be sitting all 48 of them on a bus for an hour or whatever. It's going to be, one at a time. They're going to space them out as they get on the bus. They're going to have assigned seats. That is part of the plan. If you read that 400-page document. So they have thought of alternate places to have lunch, and I don't know. I just think it's in the best interest to move forward. We are in the green. They have a plan for yellow if yellow comes, to back it down. And everybody has options, and you have to make the right decision for yourself. That's all I have to say.
I just want to hop in real quick and ask that you not undermine me as your colleague by saying if you read the plan, or if you read. I
didn't
read
mean it like that, Damari. Please
But
don't
you-
take it like
but
that.
you said it twice, and then I will point out and say ESU is going to school online, and so are many colleges and universities. And if they're taking those considerations for adults, then we should be taking the same for children. I wouldn't have interrupted, but you said that twice.
Okay, fine. It was not meant to be that way. And if you took it that way, I'm sorry. I didn't have a plan wrote down here, so I didn't speak to that plan. I've heard that many times here as well, and I did not mention it. So we can just move on from that. Thank you very much.
Sounds good.
Mr. Roner.
Initially, I was supporting the initial plan. After listening to our community, I am going to support the yellow phase as our green phase. I am concerned about social distancing, and I think the classroom size is too large. I think that it would be a health safety issue for our community, and I would also like to see us develop the Google Classroom. I'd like to see that option explored a little bit more.
Okay, is that all? All right.
That's it.
All right. So my turn real quick. My chief concerns are those of equity. And really what I mean by that is the folks who are low income, don't have access to internet, the folks that have IEP plans and other concerns that require the attention of a teacher in this space with them. And that's really hard to do twice a week versus 5 days a week. My bigger concern is, and I just had a kid go from 5th grade, now he's going to 6th grade, but from K to 5, that's a really challenging time for teachers to provide education online. If you're a kindergarten teacher or first grade teacher, it's going to be really hard to but to give the instruction in a way that gets that that the child is accomplishing their goals. So I have some pretty big concerns about that. 6 through 12, not so worried about them in that they can follow a plan pretty well. They can get online, they can use the computer and all of those things and be with their class. I guess for me, I'd feel more comfortable if we were to do, for the older kids, 6 through 12, go kind of straight to yellow, create the social distance in the classroom and on the buses. But perhaps from K through 5, do a half-day session, one group in the morning, one group in the afternoon, alternating the desks so that every child's using a different desk when they come in. The teachers have 10, 11 kids per classroom perhaps, but have the face-to-face instruction opportunity with them so that they can accomplish those things. And that would be 5 days a week until we went to a yellow phase. But other than that, I mean, that's I don't know. So
I would entertain.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Rich.
Is it? I mean, actually, Dr. Riker, is that a good idea, or is that really just pie in the sky, like a stupid idea? Like,
Yes and no. There are, clearly there's no question that getting our elementary students into classes more often, face-to-face instruction. You are absolutely correct that trying to do any type of synchronous instruction with a K1, 2 student while they're home, maybe even 3, 4, 5, has to be a very challenging process. And in fact, I don't know that a synchronous plan for an elementary student, at least the primary grade, is even feasible in terms, yeah, you can do it, but what are you accomplishing in doing it, academically speaking? So, of course, if you do your idea with half days, you have transportation issues. You have to, we have to work out the bus runs. You're going to run your elementary buses are doing 2 runs a day while your high school and intermediate schools. So I'd have to have transportation look into the feasibility of that. So that's why I say yes and no.
Yeah, and I would think I would just start with yellow for the older group. They can handle that for the most part. But it also maybe offers an opportunity for certain, you may want to select certain students, or some students identify that they need to have full day, not full day, but 5-day or 4-day a week,
I ask a question?
classroom. Sure.
With the 9 through 12, if you did the yellow phase, and for some of their classes, for example, say they took AP World Government during those 2 days, but then they felt that the blended cyber program would allow them to take, their math class there. That'll work for them because they can have the teacher can then Google teach that. Could they do a little bit of both? Or does it have to be one or the other for the high school levels?
Rebecca, I don't even want to take an attempt at answering that right now. I don't.
Because I'm thinking, some things you can go face to face for in school because you need to. Maybe it's a CAD class or, engineering drawing where you have to be in school to use the computer because it just works better. But maybe they could do their other classes through the blended program. So it could be like a real hybrid program of what works for your student.
Yeah, I think the challenges of that, obviously if a student's able to drive themselves to school and home, that provides more flexibility in that.
Right.
If you're doing that, you still have to house them in the school somewhere for the full day, even if they're doing some hybrid online, if they're not able, or you're running more bus runs.
Right.
So.
But if they're going the 2 days, if we're yellow phase and they're there, say Monday, Tuesday for their regular class, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they can do their other stuff. Or I know we have issues too with if we went yellow, maybe there can be like a C group that needs to go every day and they can be, the 4 days a week, like group C could be 4 days a week, and A and B would go A would go Monday, Tuesday, and then the other group B would go Thursday, Friday, like you suggested, but maybe there could be a C group for those that have an IEP that need to go 4 days a week.
There is, you're absolutely correct. We have a C group for our supplemental life skills students that we look to have come in 4 days a week, all 4 days.
Okay, can parents opt for that if their children has a 504, for example, where that might work better for their kid to be there more because they're not capable, or maybe they don't have the internet services at their home to do the other 2 days. So if the ones that don't, we'll allow them to go 4 days because of services to keep equity.
Yes, you can do that. The only thing you're doing is you're right back to increasing class size.
Right, but we can still probably keep it down from where it would be if they were there, because it's not going to be every kid going in 4 days a week. It would be just those that we identified that had equity issues.
Yeah, I don't disagree that the numbers may still be lower.
Because we don't know how many, when we did our surveys with the parents, did we discuss or find out how many don't have internet at home?
Well, we know from our initial back in March, we know there were about 100 families that did not have internet.
Okay, so if we looked at allowing them, if they chose to go 4 days a week, and we started in yellow, we can then still have the equity that we need for those students that can't.
Yes.
So maybe that's a way we can kind of tweak the plan. So you would be an A student or a B student, go Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday. But if you're C, because you don't have those services at home to fully learn what you need and to have, you know, internet service or whatever it is at home, you can go 4 days a week. And we can identify those kids on a separately on who can do what.
I think you still have a bus issue.
No, we would already be running it 4 days a week anyways.
There's more things to consider than just that. But I know for a fact, I used to live in Cresco where that woman spoke from, and I know for a fact there's no internet up there. And there's a lot of students like that. So all those students would be bused there from there.
Well, that's why I said we would have to do a survey and see what we can do to accommodate them.
Is this something that would require a work session that we could
Yeah.
work with it on this?
Or so I guess there's two things I have a concern about. One is leaving here without really providing a plan to the public. I mean, they really kind of deserve to have something that we can articulate to them and that they can start putting some investment in, you know, determining whether or not it's the right fit for them. The second thing is I don't want to close off the good discussion that we're having or have the opportunity to revise the plan and make it a little more solid. And I don't know if those things are even mutually exclusive at this point. So, yeah.
If I could to that.
Go ahead.
I just want to frame this in a way that, remember, this is not the instructional plan. This is called a health and safety plan. Instruction is not part of it. The instructional component is to the extent of, are we having school where all students report, or are we having half days or alternating days? And we all know, Red, that's easy. No one's coming to school. So you know, the idea on the July 8th meeting was to get that guidance from the board, and that can change. I'm not opposed to that, but I think the piece that's important is families, I would assume, want to know how many days a week is my child coming to school, and how many days are they staying home, and what days are they staying home. If we have an A-B group, we have to identify what students are in group A that's coming Monday and Tuesday, what students are in group B that's coming Thursday and Friday. We can't do that until we have that direction from the board to say, yes, that's what we're doing. And the longer we discuss what the instructional model is going to look like, that's that, and I'm not minimizing that, that's important. But what our families really need to know is, what days are my students expected to come to school? And right now the board has said, starting August 31st, every day. And if we go to yellow, it's Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday, and the administration is prepared to divide those classes and provide that information to the families so they know your children are coming Monday, Tuesday, you're coming Thursday, Friday, and we're giving families that flexibility with respect to that. How that looks, yeah, we can talk about that. Synchronous, asynchronous, Google, you know, who's coming in, what days. If we want to add a C, as Rebecca's saying, which we had, I mean, I could throw in childcare to that and say, okay, anyone who doesn't have childcare can send them all 4 days. Anyone who's supplemental IEP can come all 4 days. Anyone who doesn't have internet access comes all 4 days. I don't know what that means for our numbers, but I know it's a lot different than AB only. So I don't know if that helps, but I think I just want to emphasize the plan from PDE that you're being asked to approve is a health and safety plan. It's not an instructional plan.
I think the other piece to know here or to consider is that when the, when things return back to more normal, God willing, that we have the green phase to go back to. I guess, like that's the plan that we have, that, yeah, anyway.
I agree. And our approach is we want to be able to turn on a dime and say, at any time the board gives us direction to say, let's go to this base, because we don't have to follow the governor's green, yellow, and red.
No.
You as a board can say, as I'm hearing, some people are concerned that maybe we should start in yellow. And that's fine, because we're at green. I guess the question I always throw out there is, so does that change when the governor moves us from green to yellow? Does our plan look different based on the governor? If we're saying the governor's green is our yellow, then what's our, when the governor's yellow is there, what's our plan?
Can we be yellow for both?
You can, yeah, you can be. I don't know that the community and your families may say, so our counties move from green to yellow and our district's instructional methodology is exactly the same. Some people may say that makes no sense. It should change too. But you get to do that. I'm okay with that. We can do the same thing in both and then just decide what shade of green do we decide to go back to full time. And it may never until there's
maybe we want to start cautious in yellow first, just to be safe.
Right.
And say, you know what, let's test the waters a little bit. Let's not jump right in and throw them in 5 days a week. And let's start slow. And if it works, we can, we stay green as a state or a county, we can shift to green.
But that doesn't answer where we are today or the plan.
So what I've been hearing from folks, and I'm kind of throwing this out there, is that perhaps we approve the plan as it is, but we give direction to the district to say that we're starting as yellow. Is this close to what I'm hearing? Let me get a sense of feedback here.
You didn't
So
hear
if
that.
we're yellow, there'll be more synchronous learning via yellow.
Right, so we're gonna go to 2 days a week versus 4 days a week, 5 days a week, whatever.
I would say
that still doesn't answer the question on Google Classroom.
It absolutely does, because they have to go to Google Classrooms. I mean,
Right,
the
it's
reality
synchronous
is,
if they have to.
yeah.
It might not be live, but it has to be Google Classroom with learning. Like they may be pre-recorded lessons in there.
But when we go back to green, it doesn't. So that's the issue.
But hopefully we're green and we stay green and we never have to go back. That's my hope.
So we need Google Classroom.
So
I just think we need, excuse me, and I understand this is a safety plan, but I think we need more content in order to make the best decision. I understand that we're just voting on, we would be voting on just when or how many days, and it would provide more of a platform for parents to begin making decisions. But I think we deserve to give the parents and the teachers and the students just a little more information about the how behind this plan.
I agree, Cheryl.
I think the problem is we keep going back and forth as to what we want to do, and how can they develop a plan properly if we're not just giving them some leeway to run with what we said last week.
I think they've heard a lot of what we said tonight and a lot of what we heard tonight. I would like to see a revised plan from the administration on Monday evening and let us meet again then, see what the revisions are to take into account many of the concerns. It's a week away, but if it's a better plan and it's one that's more comprehensive, which I don't think our plan is totally comprehensive, then I think that might help us.
Then I need specifics.
I was going to say
I need
that,
to
yeah.
hear
Send
from
us,
the board what those specifics are, because I haven't heard that. And I need a unanimous or a majority to provide that guidance.
That's
From-
correct.
we have to meet. That's what we have to do. I'm sure no one here would mind every night to make it work.
I think we all should.
I'd just like to add something, Rich, that I
Go ahead,
spoke to
Lisa.
you about the other day.
Okay.
And that is, you know, each board member has something that they have to say or something that they want in the plan. But the majority of the board needs to agree, yes or no, on that specific items, because we can't just shout things out to the administration and there's not exactly what exactly we're giving him as direction. We're giving the administration as direction. If I say something, but four other people don't agree with me, it doesn't go anywhere. And that's the same with every board member here. We're one of 9. So we mean majority so that we can give administration the proper guidance. We hear a lot of ideas here, but everybody's just shouting all different kinds of things. So there's no real decision.
I agree with you.
All right, so I heard George say Google Classroom, got to be there. I agree with him. Who else is in agreement with George on Google Classroom?
I agree as well.
Yeah.
Well, it is there, but I would say that in what specific place, because Dr. Riker has said that it's there, but it's not in the context that George is thinking it is. So you need to give that clear direction.
Bring that separate. As Rebecca had said in the original plan that we all agreed on, that Google Classroom would be the alternative to Ingenuity in the beginning. That's what I voted yes on. I voted for the class size, the bus size, and starting on the 31st with Google Classroom as the
option.
As the option for those who wanted to do online, and they could do Ingenuity if they want to go through the cyber school. That's fine. But the other was Google Classroom as part. That's why I voted that way.
I understand.
It's going to be offered through the Cyber Academy.
Right.
It was not offered through the Cyber Academy. It was offered through the teachers teaching the classroom. And while they were teaching the classroom, we have the Google Classroom at the same time as it. So
right.
The teachers would not have to do any extra work. They would be teaching a regular class, and then the students could go to school or not to school, and the parents would be more familiar or comfortable with that program. A lot of parents do not like the Ingenuity side of it at all. That's where I'm coming from, and that's why I agreed to
George,
that.
I just need you to understand one thing, and I hear it over and over again, but I hear what you're saying. I guess my concern is that if a parent is going to say to the district, I only want my kid to get Google Classroom, then we're going to say, great, we can do that, no problem. Enroll in the cyber school, and you'll get the Google Classroom as part of that process. However, if we're going to reserve a seat for them in the classroom, that creates another complication, right?
Well, we have to vote a 9. If it's voted down, that's fine. But that's where I'm coming from.
Right, and I still expect Google Classroom to be part of that process. I mean, that's the whole thing. But Lisa?
Yeah, I just want to say that Dr. Riker also said earlier that he took a poll of the teachers, and not everybody was not safe. Not everybody was, I'm losing my train of thought, it's getting late now, secure in teaching that way or comfortable with Google Classroom. So that also has to be part of that equation too. So I'm okay with the way it was presented right now.
Right.
So that's obviously seems to be different than what George is saying and Rebecca apparently, but
I understand some teachers.
we have to meet our needs where we're at right now.
Right. So what is the direction we're going to give the administration tonight? What do we come down to saying? These are the things that we need you to address so that we can get to 5 votes to approve this thing Friday, next week, next Monday, or whatever it is. What does that look like? What are those things that have to be there in order for us to get 5 votes to get this approved?
I think we need to start with a direction on what color we want them to start with, which I
Okay.
heard most people say they're not okay with green, which would put us at yellow. So we need to
Right.
figure out where people stand on that.
I think I
The Google Classroom on green.
All right.
I don't agree
Debbie?
with the classroom.
Debbie, you were trying to say something?
I said, I think I heard a modified yellow where there would be options for 4 days, 2 days, and 2 days. I think I also heard people have concerns about notification if someone is sick, and also with respect to how do we check these people when they're, or kids when they're coming to school every day? Is it a paper comes in from a parent that says I fill out all these things and my child meets all the criteria? I've asked the question about random temperature checks, just randomly. So I think those are part of the things that people have concern about. Yes, we want to make sure that kids get the interaction and the social interaction, but I also concerned about safety.
I have no problem starting in yellow. I really don't.
Now, I know I heard a lot of concerns too from parents as they want to see mapping of how it's going to look within the school. Like how, like, or even
Floor
how to
plan?
enter, like a safety plan. We never address how the kids are going to enter the building appropriately and what direction the hallways are and things like that. Like, you go to the grocery store and there's arrows on the hallway, one direction per, we don't even have that.
Did you get a map before you walked in the grocery store?
No.
And I think that they did
I understand what you're
delineate
saying,
that
Dr.
there will be lines, there'll be directional inside the building, but
Well, they called it signage. I understood that to be under signage, that they talk
Yeah.
about the signage that will be there. I do think that that comment, I don't know who said, but the comment from the parent about, to put people at ease, sometimes you need a visual to accompany the content. So it's not necessarily that the content is not there, but it's really meeting people's needs of having to visualize and just putting things into perspective. And so I like that parent's comment about a YouTube video or some kind of tutorial. My boys go to Middle
Right.
Smithfield Elementary as well. Even when I wasn't on the board, I contacted the principal and other individuals there, and I was able to ask questions, but not everybody has that opportunity. So I think visuals are helpful. I think simplifying some of the information is helpful. I think that can be followed up once we make these decisions. So let's figure out what can we decide tonight, and let's decide that. And then what do we need to figure out for the meeting in a couple of days or next week, as we've been talking about.
Okay. So first I heard yellow, modified yellow. Do we have support for 5 people to say, yeah, we think we should move to yellow as a modified yellow process, starting off the bat?
Mary's yes. I would be okay with that.
Okay, so I see Damari, Debbie, Larry, me.
Say again, Rich.
Starting off with a modified yellow, like we're gonna start through August 31st in like Rebecca said, there's, yellow. And there's kind of 3 groups. There's the A-B group, but then there's also the C group that has special needs and other things that the district's already identified. So we don't really have to spend a whole lot of time having that conversation.
And then will we address the part of green, or is green going to still be the way it is now? Because if green still stays the way it is now, I'm not going to.
We're not voting tonight. We are giving direction to the district so that when we meet again, we will have that vote, and then we can have the plan presented back to us based on the comments we give, the direction we give tonight to Dr. Riker, so that he can modify the plan and present it back to us so that we vote on the plan then. Is that what do I understand that right? Okay. So just for the one issue, starting on yellow, is that okay?
Yellow with modified, yes.
Modified.
Yellow with modified.
Yes.
Okay.
I still don't know what modified means, but I guess I'll wait for the plan.
And I think Rebecca's point was just that there's a C group that will come in 4 days a week. Is that what I understand you to say, Rebecca?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, for equity purposes, yes.
Right, okay.
And right
so we
now,
have a yellow.
A and B, just for clarification, right now,
Yeah.
yellow has the A and B. However, as Rich said, they've already identified what the C group would be like, so
correct.
There.
Okay, it's one area of direction we can give the board and say, all right, and Dr. Riker and say, we're giving you this direction, okay. Other things that
Very
you
good.
feel.
Thank you.
Okay, so Google Classroom in green. How
I'm
does that
hoping
work?
green is just normal. Like, I really hope green is, COVID is
Licked. We're
just
all
like
on
the
a
flu.
vaccine and
It's just like the
yeah.
flu, I'm hoping. I
It
hope.
disappears.
Google Classroom just as
I would
for those-
entertain, how do you determine that? And when is it that we change our plan?
when there's
Are we going to make markers for that? Because
so
we're a
one
month
way
away
to
right
do-
now.
Right. So one way to do it is to say that when your testing rate, you have 5% positive compared to your number of total tested. So in our county right now, let's say we have 1,455 people who've been tested in Monroe County or tested as positive in Monroe County. And we had 13,393 people that were tested in total. That gives you an 8%, 8.9%, whatever, positive rate. If
I
we
understand
fall
what you're
under the-
saying, Rich. I heard that was
So-
5.4 just the other day, though. So
Yeah, and it's,
I'm not going to
it's
argue that.
8.9 right now.
Let's just move on.
Right, but I
Fine.
think that we need to identify a metric. That's what you're
Mhm.
trying to say is what metric
Yeah,
are we
that's what
going
I'm
to
trying to
use
say.
to say to go to
Because-
green? Right. Correct. I'm totally there. So identify. So maybe that's one of the things. What is the metric we're going to use to go to green? And we can push that back to the administration and say,
Give us some
develop
ideas.
a metric, right?
Yep.
Rather than just saying, Governor Wolf, we're in green, let's go. What's a better metric for that? Okay.
We have to discuss that.
But we are going by his recommendation. So if we're not going to go by Governor Wolf's recommendation, that's fine. Whatever. Let's just
That's
move
what
on.
I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay. Other things that are sine qua non. I mean, you have to have it as part of the plan or this won't fly. What are those things that we're asking Dr. Riker to include in the plan that has to be there?
The bus issue that I suggested.
Same busing as well.
Right. And so the busing issue you addressed is that parents, it can
be siblings,
can associate with siblings, not only siblings, but people that they are friendly with.
Comfortable having
Right?
it, or if there is no one they're comfortable, then they get one to a seat.
That's
Correct.
impossible. You can't do one to a seat.
Well,
that's-
now we can
that's-
do that.
That's,
I don't know.
One to a seat is 12. They can't do one to a seat.
we can't get the students there. It would take
Okay.
us all day and part of the next day to get the students to the
But if we're
classroom.
doing yellow, we'll have less students on the bus.
You still can't do one to a seat.
You still can't do one to a seat.
Well, you can't do two to a seat because then all of these other things don't really matter. So it's not going to be one to a seat. First of all, a lot of people are going to drive. We're going to have less students in the classroom based on the yellow plan. A lot of people are going to be driving their kids to school. You heard some of that tonight. I'm going to drive my kids to school. Maybe we
But
need
there's
another.
no guarantee, Damar.
And
there's no guarantee that will happen. So we have to have a plan that if that doesn't happen,
That's why I said a
somebody
friend.
doesn't take their student, that student still has the right to ride a bus every day.
Correct.
It'll
So that's
still
why
have
I
to
said
have a fine fee.
Okay.
That's
All
why I
right,
made
all
the
right.
suggestion of a seatmate.
Yes,
So-
but that's not going to work for 7,000 students. it might
Right.
work for 250.
Well, then we need to assess it, and everybody's in this together. Parents, as they want information to make decisions and as they know what they're going to be doing, we need to be communicating back and forth. That doesn't mean if somebody has to take the bus one day that hasn't been taking it, we can't figure that out, but we're in this together. But two to a seat is too much.
I understand that, Damari, but what I am
All right.
saying is every student will have to have a seat regardless of who brings their kid to school or who drives to school. They still need a seat, whether they show up at the bus or not.
Transportation. Why can't a parent opt out of transportation?
They can opt out, do an opt-out form.
And we have to ask for the partnership for people who know that in advance to be able to communicate with us so we can make decisions for that. I mean, we're in this together. We really are. But I said yes last month and I voted yes because I understood that we would be flexible to be figuring out some of these other options to not have crowded buses. Now I want to eliminate some of that more.
So if we do the
What I'm
survey,
hearing is
a bus survey.
right. Okay.
Okay.
So yes, Larry.
Folks,
Let
we're
Larry
a
in
month
here.
away.
Hey, we're striving and have a real good chance here that we're going to go from, 60 and 70 kids on a bus down to 48. I mean, come on, people,
No.
The kids will be ecstatic to have 48 kids on a bus.
Right. And really what you were talking about here is 24, because that's how many we can generally fit on a bigger bus. So, but it would be more than, but let's do, so what I'm hearing is that maybe we should do a survey, find out what the busing needs are so we can plan appropriately, right? But also have an understanding of the need.
I thought we did that, but okay, I'm fine.
Not in a deliberate way. No, we didn't.
Right. We just found, yeah. Okay. So who's on board with that?
Can you repeat that question?
Doing a survey of parents to find out whether or not they're going to provide transportation to school or not. Okay, so I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Wayne, Debbie, 6. Okay, great.
I just have a question.
Yes.
If anybody can answer it for me, out of the, I don't know how many students we have currently, 7,000, let's just say. How many responded to the survey last time?
1,000.
Okay, so roughly 1/7.
Right. So we're going to assign the district the task of creating a survey to find out who's busing their kids to school, who's requiring the school to have busing. With that, I also think it's important that we develop a plan for how parents are going to drop off their students. If we're going to be saying that we're going to bring our kids to school, what does that look like when we have 3-4 times the number of vehicles going to the school district now?
Okay,
Lisa, you have an answer.
Yes, I do, because again, that was presented in the plan that we received, the 400-page plan, that there will be additional drop-off and pickup points. I don't know what they are exactly, but that was in the plan. There'll be several of that because we will ultimately have more people dropping off and picking up. So I don't know. I mean, it was there. That's all
I read that. You're right, Lisa. I read that.
Yes, we did. And so that'll be easy enough to pull out when it comes to presenting the bus plan. At this point, we've been talking at it for hours. So that'll be easy enough to pull it out. And if we need more explanation or detail, we can discuss it.
Rich, I think one thing that would help me make a better decision is ensuring that we could provide technology access for all.
Again, I'm sorry, I hate to be the Debbie Downer here, but where I lived in Cresco, there is not high-speed internet service there. I don't know how many people that encompasses, but it's a big enough group. It is an issue to that point, Sharon.
I understand
believe
that.
Believe it or not, in this day and age, they do not have high-speed internet up there.
But that doesn't mean if a parent asks for a student to do cyber or some type of hybrid learning, remote learning, that they can't go to that the district can't find another location or a space where those students can go to do that remote learning.
Right.
might as
If,
well be
if
in
the
school.
parents can get them there, or if
They
they
might as
can
well-
get
well,
there.
they
during
might as well
class.
be in school at that point.
Or maybe it's a library. I mean, I don't know what the options are, but I think every student should have access. As a taxpayer, they should have access to the internet. We're gonna.
Well, they
we
should,
have
but
to provide.
but what I'm
And I don't
saying,
know the hows around it, but I do think that that would be equitable.
what I'm saying, Sharon, is it's not available. So I mean, unless maybe they can come to my house and use it. I don't know, but it's not available where they are.
Well, not to get political, but the parent.
She agrees with you. Lisa agrees with you. She's just saying it's not available there at the present time. How do we get it there?
I lived there 20 years. It's not going to be available for another 21. I can guarantee it.
Oh, internet and Cresco? Yeah.
Yes.
That's not happening.
Yes.
Okay, so listen, guys, one thing that we have to do is also ensure that that we must plan for all students on busing. That's kind of, I
Correct.
think that's a rule. Is that correct?
It is, it's a state law.
Yes.
Yep. So if we have all kids, I guess that kind of throws a little wrench in there saying, well, you could, you know, if you do, here's the thing, if we do one kid per seat, that's 24 people per bus, we can't run that plan. Larry.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. How about we go back to the basic plan and get started on that, and we work with it as we hit speed bumps. I think our administration can, you know, can work out all the little details as we move forward, and I think here just to have some sanity so that we have direction is let's go with the plan as Dr. Riker proposed it, and we'll tweak it as we find out that there's pieces of it that need tweaking, and go from there.
Larry, I agree. Thank you.
The basic plan that we that's here today, or the basic plan that we agreed to on the 8th.
I think
the plan we agreed to on the 8th had the Google Classroom.
But those were guidelines, George. That wasn't a plan. The plan is what we're looking at
But
today.
we all voted for them.
Lisa?
That's correct. We did all vote for them. But I think if we just, like Larry said, if we just stick to the plan, I'm sure administration can figure out all these problems that we are trying to figure out at this meeting tonight.
But the problem is parents want an
Go to
answer.
yellow.
Yes, that's why we need to make it. That's why it's most important to make a decision right here and now, and allow administration to work out all the details from there and update us.
Well, it seemed that there was a majority vote for yellow, so why don't we just go ahead and vote? If people feel like they want to
All
go
right,
green,
we can say let's start yellow with the hybrid model. We'll go from there.
Yeah.
Right, and that's, okay, so I think that that's a fair plan. And so we just say, we're gonna start in yellow with the modified plan. We approve the plan. We're gonna need to make adjustments to it anyway. We're going to have to make adjustments to it. They're gonna make adjustments to it. I want to just recognize that George has, you know, strongly recommended Google Classroom as part of the process. And I agree that that's part of the education, you know, that should be part of the tool set that they use. And I think that we've given that kind of instruction to the administration. They know they need to figure it out, especially going to yellow. That's a critical piece with the yellow. Has to be there. Okay.
Let's go to the
So the chair will entertain a motion to amend the motion to start in yellow, a modified yellow.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Go ahead.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
All right,
Wait,
so-
we can share that one.
That's fine.
All right, you guys can share that. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a motion and a
Put that one
second.
on the record, Rich.
Yes, and that's great. So motion and a second to start in yellow with a modified yellow with the plan that's been presented and will be amended by the district. Let's do a voice vote.
Do we have a time frame when we're going to get that to the people so people know?
Monday.
Monday.
Okay. That's all. You just need to know. That's why.
Well, let's hold on a second. Let's have Dr. Riker answer that question.
August 31st.
August 31st.
No, I think Mondays, we have that. I mean, what I heard regarding yellow and the ABC groups, that's already in the plan or in the works. So I don't see that as a problem. And just to be clear, your adopting of the plan and going to yellow first is not a problem because we already have that in there.
Right. Okay. Can we also, all right, I'm sorry. So we have a motion and a second. Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Rebecca Bear?
Yes.
Dr. Bonilla?
Yes.
George Andrews?
Yes.
Larry Diamond?
Yes.
Sharon Glasgow?
Yes.
Debbie Kulik? Yes. Wayne Roner?
Yes.
Rich Lamus?
Yes.
Lisa Van Wy?
Sure.
Okay. 9-0.
Okay. All right. Thank you, folks. Fun times.
Oh my God.
All right. So, guys, thank you very much. It is now 10:26, just for the record here. Okay. So, next is a motion to adopt the board policies listed below. We have admission of students, suspension and expulsions, and I think we've added to that the dress code policy.
Rich, you missed a motion.
Yeah, the second one.
Did I?
The emergency instructional time.
Oh, you know what? That's not on my paper copy here.
It's on the screen, Rich. Look up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So, a motion to approve the emergency instructional time as presented in accordance with the section 520.1 of the school code. So I need a motion.
So moved, Mary.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, motion and a second, discussion. All right, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Sounded like 9-0. Now moving on to motion to adopt the board policies listed below, which is 201, 233, and 211.
Did you want me to read the acceptable school attire, how it's been changed in the policy for us?
You know what? We might want to read that into record. Yes.
Okay. So the red, what we modified it in red is tops, blouses, shirts must have sleeves and cover the wearer within 3/3 long side school district photo ID of the base of the collarbone. Tops must be tucked in or worn short to meet that extends over the pants, jegging shorts, sports skirts with no gap in between. For pants, it's pants, jeans, jeggings, leggings must be worn at the waist. Length of pants shall not extend beyond the bottom of the shoe and drag on the floor. There shall be no gap between the tops and the pants. They can wear shorts, sports, or skirts. They must be worn at the waist and cover the wearer within 2 inches of the short side. Leggings, tights must be worn under skirts. Dresses must have sleeves and cover the wearer within 2 inches. No spaghetti straps. Sweatpants, sweatshirts, tracksuits, and leggings may be worn provided they meet the requirements of tops and pants as noted above. Hooded sweatshirts and sweatshirts may be worn. Shoes must have backs and or be secured at the heel. Elementary students are encouraged to wear flats. And that's it. So pretty much we're just, and no profanities. Outerwear, coats and jackets shall not be worn indoors, and face masks must be worn by all students per the CDC guidelines. and they must have their school district photo ID visible. And that's what it was. Yes.
Modification, the reason I'm having a problem with this, aside from other things, but this is the one thing that I wanted to make sure. It says face masks may be worn. It should be face masks or face coverings must be worn.
It says must be worn. It says maybe worn. We got to change that to must be worn. Yes.
Yes.
We can modify that.
So I hear Debbie making a motion to change the may to a must.
I have
Rich,
one.
before you do that, a couple of points of order. I don't think you have a motion and second on the principal motion yet, so we don't necessarily need a motion to modify it.
Okay.
Second, I want the person who makes the motion to include in that a suspension of the rules requiring a first reading, because we haven't had a first reading of this policy yet.
Okay.
And I think that's
okay. Okay. So I think you're right. I don't even think we got the motion part of that. So let's start with the motion to accept these 3 policies.
I'll make that motion. Lisa.
Right, Lisa, thank you. I need a second.
I'll second the Mary.
Oh, all right,
Lisa's
thank you,
raising her
Damari.
hand.
Okay, Lisa, you're raising your hand.
So I'm raising my hand for discussion. So we have a first and a second, correct?
All right. Yes. Now, the next thing I want to say, hold on. Before we go and get into the discussion part, we need to also make a motion to suspend the rule that says that we have to have a first and second reading for policy 221.
I'll make that motion. Oh, a second. Lisa.
Who is the motion made by?
Urban. Yeah.
Okay, and
so yeah,
and you get a motion and a second. Okay, so now we have a motion and a second on suspending the rule for the policy part, the readings. Discussion, Lisa.
Okay, so 2 things. Obviously it says the mask must be worn, but is that a policy that's going to be ongoing? Should it say that? Because, you know, mask might not be ongoing. And number 2, the mask, as I don't think it should have any writing on it. Because or any profanity. I mean, I think it needs to say that it
It
shouldn't
could be a
have
North mask or a South mask or a JTL mask or.
Well, yeah, but I don't want it to be specific to that either, because if you just have a plain black mask or whatever, is fine. But you know, you don't want anything.
I just bought my kids all
I've
North
seen
masks.
I've seen
something funny.
Can I suggest that you leave the particulars of the masks in the health and safety plan and just leave this policy as it is?
Yeah.
This policy is intended to last far beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. So
right. So we just take it out completely.
We need it in there for now.
But that's in the safety plan.
But that's in the safety plan. So this is an ongoing policy. That's what I'm
And maybe
saying.
we shouldn't have the word mask in there at all, because it's part of the safety plan.
We talked about that at length, and I think per the CDC guidelines that, and we looked at, I think I sent a couple of you videos from other schools. It became, and not to say it became a standard, but many of them selected to include that as part of their apparel, as being, you know, if something we don't need, then I mean, I think that's kind of self-explanatory. Like, I don't want to over.
Or what if we put face masks must be worn while mandated by this or by whatever by the state per CDC guidelines?
Honestly, I agree with Chris, and I think it should be in the safety plan, and that's it.
I'm agreeing with Lisa on that one.
Because it's once in
think
policy, we have to get it out of policy then. That's the
Right.
whole story.
It's either that or we provide masks for every student that has what we want them to say on it and call it a day.
No, we're talking about having the mask just in this policy. 202,
No
not
reference to it at all.
I'm okay with that too. Yeah,
Well, we don't allow profanity on T-shirts, so we shouldn't allow profanity on masks.
No, of course, but I'm saying either we move it to the safety plan or we eliminate some of this stuff by providing a uniform kind of mask. Otherwise, let's just leave it in the safety plan.
I
Leave it in the safety
agree. Move it to the safety plan and leave it there. I would amend that motion to include that.
Okay, so we have a motion in a sec. Well, let's hold on a second here. So I'm hearing a motion from Lisa to strike the part about the masks in the dress code and just leave it there. We're striking the section on masks in the dress code.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Lisa, a second by Damari. All right, so
You have 3 open motions now. You're
I
causing me a lot of
do,
stress.
I do. All right, I'm sorry. Very poor management here. So let's first close the motion to suspend the rules, right? That's the first one that has to be closed.
Yep.
So motion to suspend the rules. We got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Now we have a motion to suspend and that to remove the word the section on masks from policy 211. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. And finally, we'll close all 3 of these if we wish by voting to accept the motion with the changes, with the other 2 motions that are encompassed in there. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Everybody clear on what we did?
Yeah.
Yep.
I
No
hope
more
so,
dress
'cause
code.
I'm not. All right, no more, yeah. All right, moving on. Let's go to programs.
Nope.
The chair will accept a motion to adopt a resolution calling for charter school funding reform as presented.
Motion.
All right, did you get that?
No, I heard Debbie first.
Okay.
I'll
Debbie,
second. Oh, okay. Whoever.
and who got second?
I'll
Who made
take
the
it.
second? Lisa? All right,
take
Lisa got it. All right. Discussion. All right. All in favor?
Rich, I had asked a question about the public versus private charter schools in this context.
Yes. And Dr. Riker, do you want to answer that real quick?
I don't know what the question was. Public versus charter?
Public versus
Private.
private charter schools. What does this resolution encompass?
It's funding reform.
It's simple. I don't think it delineates between public and private. I think it's simply saying that the fair funding or the lack of fair funding of charter schools is pervasive throughout the Commonwealth. And it's based on the per pupil student expenditures of each school district. So you can have a student from East Stroudsburg and a student from Stroudsburg go to the same charter school, and the tuition paid by each of those schools, they could sit in the same virtual classroom, is very different. And charter schools are able to identify students and increase their costs. So this is really saying that charter schools, I'm reading it to mean charter schools should have a more balanced per student cost as opposed to charging based on the per pupil expenditures of each individual school district.
Like we pay a lot more than Pleasant Valley.
Right. And Larry, I did read it as I messaged Rich and let him know I read it, and it wasn't delineated in the language, and that's why I wanted clarification. And so thank you, Dr. Riker.
Okay, we've had a motion, discussion, motion, second, discussion. Any other questions, comments? All in favor? Aye.
Okay.
Opposed? Excellent. All right, moving on. Student discipline. A motion to approve the student code of conduct for the 2020-2021 school year as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Wayne? Sharon? Discussion.
Was there any major changes in this, Dr. Ricker?
There's a little bit.
Just language.
A few, but probably the most minor number of changes in the past several years.
Hold on.
Any other questions, comments? Anything
Well,
else,
they made,
Rebecca?
I do have a question, Rich. They made the changes to policy 220, student expression, but we didn't move that forward, the changes that they made in red here at our policy meeting tonight.
Well, Rebecca, we talked about moving the changes from 220 to more ARS.
Right, but they made the changes in the student code of conduct based on what changes that we didn't agree on.
Rebecca,
what page are you on, Rebecca?
Page 78 in the book. It's page 40 in the policy thing.
Rebecca, all that's saying is that due to updates in school law, policy 220, student expression, is currently under review.
Okay.
And it's basically saying in the code of conduct, because the policy committee is reviewing that they should reference that policy to see what, if any, changes would be a result of that review.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah, so you're fine because no changes have been made at this time.
Okay.
All right, motion second. Any more discussion, questions? This is important, guys. I'm not gonna skim past this. All right, motion second, discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Excellent. Moving on to personnel. All right, so there is a motion to approve the employment actions listed in accordance with the associated applicable policies, procedures, and contractual agreements. And I just want to note on there that there's also in number, I guess, S17, Mr. Mengel has a rate adjustment that we were notified on. So does anyone need to abstain from this? Okay.
And also add the new principal for
We'll do that with the addendum.
Okay.
Okay. So can I have a motion?
Well, what are we doing with E4?
Sunk my battleship?
No, Thomas Hendel, there's some issues with bringing him back.
Oh, yeah, E4, that's, yeah. I have a problem with that one, yeah.
He's not coming back. That is done solely for the purpose of pleasing some statutory mandates from PennDOT concerning CDL licensing.
Okay.
He won't be back. He won't do anything on behalf of the district. It's just a statutory thing.
Okay.
So you don't have anything to deal with any of the other bus drivers?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so I
I just
still
want
need
to
a
make sure of
motion.
that.
Okay, okay.
I need a motion.
Oh, somebody made a
I thought we did that.
No, we didn't.
I'll make
Second.
the- Okay.
Okay. In the session, in second, any discussion?
Wayne at least.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, seeing none, it's approved. And I just need to skip through the next 30 pages here. Remember, I have the large print version of this.
Oh, God. Excuse me.
All right, finances, right? Is that correct? We're on finances?
Yes.
Page 20?
Yes.
20.
All right. All right. Great. All right. Motion to authorize the chief executive officer to perform end of year budget transfers and assignment of fund balance account amounts for the 2019-2020 fiscal year as needed, subject to final audit and approval of the board.
So moved. Rebecca.
Thank you.
Mary.
Thank you. All right, motion and a second. So Tom, this means that there's actually some kind of fund balance that we're moving? I did actually read the financial report and it looks like we have a small fund balance to move around?
No, that's just in case there is one at the end. Once we get everything tidied up, we still have some accruals that we'll be posting over the next 90 days after June 30th. And once the auditors do their thing in the next couple months. So it's just something the state has us do just so we can continue to do the budget transfers. But again, the budget transfers are always approved by the board every month. So it's just a formality.
Right, of course. Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion, second, discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Excellent. All right. Motion that the Board of School Directors of the East Stroudsburg Area School District does hereby authorize the administration to work with PFM as financial advisors and the solicitor in connection with issuance of the general obligation bonds of note series 2020 via the dual track process. And there's some more stuff underneath of that. Can I get a motion?
As presented.
I'll
make a motion as presented.
Thank you, Lisa.
Discussion?
Oh, sorry.
A second.
I think Rebecca asked a question.
I need a second. Hold
I'll
on.
second it. Second it.
Thank you, Rebecca. All right. Now we go to the discuss. Now we go to the question. Yes.
Yeah, Rebecca was asking, sent you an email on the wording under that whole.
Right, and it was clarified by the presentation that we're just doing a RFP for the bond refinance or bank refinance or a hybrid of the two, and we don't pay anything to the financial advisor if we don't move forward. It's all included in the fee that we already pay her to do whatever she does.
Yeah, but now wait a minute. I thought the motion that we made in finance was that we were going to get bids from other people because PFM has historically been very high priced.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, I understand that she's going to go out and do an RFP to her banks, but we're still dealing with all of her high expenses.
Correct. But I don't think we have time to do that right now if we want to refinance the bonds now. So that's the issue I think we have is the time constraints with the way market conditions are now with bonds and loan rates. If we do an RFP to get a new financial advisor, we don't know what's going to be like in 2 months from now by the time we get the RFPs back for a new financial advisor. So in my opinion, just being in the industry, and take it as you will, we should see what she has to offer right now for this, and then do this now, and then RFP her out afterwards. That's just my opinion.
Her fee is going to be $46,000, and then we pay extra legal fees, and we pay all the printing fees, and we pay all the consultation fees. So we're probably going to be $100,000 in fees. So instead of
save $200,000, it might not even be worth it.
Yeah, but we're okay. Her projected savings was what, 378?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So we're going to end up with 278.
All right, Lisa.
I just wanted to add that she also said she was going to solicit local banks as well, not just people.
Correct. Yes. She's doing a blended model is what she called it. Or a dual track, sorry, a dual track.
And I guess my question is, do we know if these rates are even exorbitant? Like, Larry, do you know that $46,000, is that high for a financial person to do this kind of?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. When you're talking like $40,000, you're usually up in
we should be paying about 1/4% to 1/2% to her to do this, and she's charging 1 1/4.
Fair enough.
Okay. But then maybe you want to look to.
But we are where we are.
Go for an RFP for a financial advisor, though.
Right, that's what I said. But the problem is, Lisa.
No, I know, not now. I
right,
understand.
but I'm saying in the future, yes.
No, yeah, for the future.
Okay.
Tom McIntyre has his hand up.
Tom, you don't need your hand up. You just need to jump right in.
I actually forgot my response. Sorry.
It's only 10:30.
Sorry, Tom.
No, that's okay. No, if you remember when she spoke, I know you. I think it was Larry said the savings is over 300,000, then less the fees, it's down to 200. That is incorrect, and I believe Jamie is still on the line. But that 300,000 includes the fees of all the costs of the bond restructuring.
Yeah, she did say that too, yeah.
All right, then I stand corrected.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. We've had some fun discussion. Anything else? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Purchases subject to bid. A motion to accept the proposal, the proposal from HFI, I guess, or HT Lions, there we go, in the amount of $7,730 to make repairs.
Motion.
That's a motion. All right,
Second.
Lisa? George, a second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion to approve change order number 1 from C&D Waterproofing, the amount of $28,000. Yeah, $28,500.
That's the pizza.
For the rescue roof.
So moved, Rebecca.
Rebecca, thank you. Sharon, thank you. Discussion. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Super. All right. Recommendation, motion to approve the proposal from Doc Verity for remote online notary capability for the student registration office.
So
Yeah,
moved, Lisa.
for 1 year with the stipulation of 1 year.
So Larry, am I hearing you make so let's get a motion and a second first. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, George. Larry, I hear you saying that you want to make an amendment to this motion, adding 1 year.
Yes, we had that discussion at the
We did.
finance meeting.
Right.
So we
For
want-
1 year
Is
only.
that on the contract? It's probably on the contract, 146.
We
I-
had, we had the discussion, but I think what Larry's saying is we want to keep it to just 1 year right now.
Correct. I thought that's what we agreed on at finance, yes.
Yeah. All right. So Larry's motion to add 1 year for a 1 year term. Let's use that language for a 1 year term.
So moved.
Okay, so Larry made the motion for 1 year term. I heard George second it. Motion and a second, discussion. All right, all in favor of accepting for a 1 year term? Aye.
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 All right, and for the whole motion, adding in for a 1 year term, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right,
Pretty sure it says that on it.
excellent. Whew. All right, I'm going to remove the next one and skip to number 2. Motion to approve the proposed Tegra 1 proposal in the amount of $228,254 for 2 Fortinet FortiGate firewalls.
So moved, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Second, Damari.
Damari, second. Discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Payment of bills. Motion to approve budget transfers, payments of bills and treasurer reports based on the agenda or listed in the agenda for 2019-2020 and 2020-2021 fiscal years in accordance with section 687 of the Public School Code, recent directives from the Department of Education and interpretations by the Auditor General. Debbie, thank you.
Second, Damari.
Second, Damari. D&D. All right. Discussion.
Yes.
Yes.
Go for it.
Yes, I have a discussion. The April 20th outstanding versus the May 20th. It says ESSA, it says 4 million as the starting balance on May, and as the ending balance in April, it says 12 million. Why the difference? They should be the May end balance, I would think, would be the May beginning balance should be the April end balance. So that's that's an $8 million difference.
What page, George?
It's the added pages that we got from in our packet.
All right.
On Thursday.
Tom, do you want to discuss where that $8 million went to do from?
Stroudsburg Area School District Bank Reconciliation. Name of account is General Fund, Treasury Fund, Bank ESSA, and it's for the month April 20th and the month May 20th. And April 20th says the ending balance is 12,643,734.17. Then the May starting balance says 4,191,312.50. They should be. It should be that, from what I can see, and I'm not a big accountant, so maybe somebody else can answer me the question. Why isn't it $12,643,805.66?
Because we spend money. That's what we do.
No. Well, no. One is about once the end of the April 20th ending is 12,643,085.66. The beginning of May should be 12,643,805.66, not 4,191,312.50.
All right, Tom.
That should be the start. That should be the 12 million starting, not 4 million starting. You can't. The ending of April should be the beginning of May.
George, I didn't know what page.
Huh? Tom, you sent
What pages are you looking at so I can?
Tom, you sent it to us. I'm looking at. It says East Stroudsburg Area School District Bank Reconciliation. This was sent to us in our packet. It doesn't have a page or anything else on it. And it says ESSA month of April 20th and month of May 20th. It doesn't have a page on it. It says prepared by Sonia Birch, whoever she is.
That's a bank reconciliation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And the ending one for May should be April should be the beginning one for May.
I only get the board packet. I do not get the weekly packets that the board receives. So I don't know. I don't have.
It has nothing to do with what the board gets. This is the East Stroudsburg Area School District Bank Reconciliation.
Correct, but I don't have access to that.
George, he doesn't have it in front of him.
The ending one should be the beginning one of the next one. It's that simple.
But he's saying he doesn't have it in front of him, so he can't talk to it as if he had it in front of him. So where do we go from here?
Mary, do you have it in front of you?
Yes, but he doesn't have it in front of him, and you're asking him to explain.
Why doesn't he have it in front of him?
He said he doesn't get the same packet we get. Rich, can you tell us where we go from here? It's 11 o'clock.
It is 11 o'clock. And so my first question is, when did we get this document? Just
I got it on probably Friday.
Yeah.
Friday.
Today's board packet.
Okay, it was in the board pack. All right,
Larry's got his hand raised.
Go ahead, Larry. I'm not on Zoom I'm not looking at Zoom at the moment. I'm on my computer here.
All right. Tom and I and Diane Kelly sat down this afternoon, and we think we figured it out. I didn't have time to go over it, to get to George or anybody. Actually, I was 5 minutes late getting here for the meeting. But what it looks like is between with the four different funds, okay, they transferred the 8 million out of one fund, but didn't put it in one of the four. It went to a fifth fund. Okay,
No.
so, it,
Okay.
all the transfers, when we looked at them, it makes sense when you look at it that way, okay? The problem is the district has, lots of accounts.
This is
Now,
fuzzy math.
if they would have transferred that money from one of the four to still one of the four, then
It would have been reflected.
yeah, it would have been reflected. It would have balanced out. But being it was money taken out of one of the four and it went to a fifth one, that's why it looks like it's missing, but it's really not.
Well, we should know where it's at then, Larry. It's this.
You're right. We should know where it's at.
I mean, that's you're giving me fuzzy math here, but it's these are the two accounts. It says East Stroudsburg Area School District Bank Reconciliation General Fund Treasury for April and May, and they if they took that 8 million out of the April one, it should reflect someplace on the sheet of paper. So you may be right, but it's still fuzzy math.
Right, so we took 8.130974 out of the Pliget account.
I have no
right.
That is correct.
And we put it in. Yep, and we put it into our all funds ESSA account. Is that what happened? I'm looking at SA because I went on, because if you look in the, all right, I don't have the board book in front of me, but I believe it's on page 161 of the April, well, the May board book.
What page?
That would 160, 157, maybe 157, maybe one. I'm doing this out of the back of my mind, but you should see a deposit into that ESSA account of 8,130,000.
I don't know. I'm trying to find the page. It's not 151, Rich.
Right. Then maybe it's 257.
It's not in the board packet. It's
in the previous board book. It's in the previous board book. Right. It's in the May board book for the April transaction.
Okay, I don't have that in front of me.
Right, exactly. But if you look there on the ESSA account for all funds, it's the very first checking account, you'll see a credit of 8,130,974. You'll see it. So it's a due from, due to, straight in, straight out. I think that's what I remember seeing. Again, the book's not in front of me. I don't have photographic memory, but I think I remember seeing that.
Okay.
Okay, so we are accounted for with the $8 million. Everybody
Yes.
agrees. We do need some clarity in terms of the reporting. So Tom, can we just make sure
Absolutely.
that we have?
I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just looking at the
No,
numbers.
you want clarity. That's fine. You want to be able to track it. I heard Wayne say that as well. So is that something that we can work on?
I am trying my best, but I'm not. I mean, I spent an hour and a half with Larry today, and he didn't have the same documents. So I'm continuing to spin my wheels in mud here, trying to help everyone understand these reports, and it is getting frustrating.
I understand that, but it's frustrating for us too, because the numbers didn't match.
No, the numbers. All right, hold on.
Rich,
okay,
can
going.
we work internally to figure out how to make sure that we have a process so that it's not frustrating? I can work on that with you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we'll let's brainstorm. George, nobody's upset at you, and Tom, nobody's upset at you. We just want to all be on the same page. And thank you, Larry.
I understand.
I'm just trying to say, I'm just looking at the 2 pages, and one should have been should have been the starting of the other, and if it was a transfer, it should have been noted somewhere on this page.
Well, there is another example.
I can make it.
That's all I'm saying.
I do have a question for Tom.
Go ahead.
On page 203, we have the PSD LAF General Fund. Our beginning balance is 42,891,000 plus. Is it possible that the school district received over $105 billion?
billion.
Million.
Million.
Oh,
And then we dispersed 109 million plus. Now that's in the treasury report. So when I go to the bank statement, my beginning balance is 10 million plus, but you're showing me I'm at 42 million plus. So I'm just trying to figure that one out.
Well, if you look at, I went through this, I walked Larry through this today. We followed the money for 3 straight months up until today's board meeting. So if you look at, I was reading it all upside down to Larry today. If you go to page 208.
Yes, that's the statement.
You see where the account total is $39,743.54.35. That matches the ending balance of that same account you were asking. So if you go back and look at the previous board book for the last month, you would see the ending balance being $42,891,405.61. And Larry can verify that because he was in my office today. And
Wouldn't
we were
the
able to.
disbursements be the 62 million plus and the credits received 57? Wouldn't that summary, shouldn't that summary reflect the bank statement?
This one's hard to say because of all the fluctuating with the market. Because these are our fixed investments that we have with Hisloff, because they are an investment group. They're not our day-to-day checking. So these numbers do fluctuate, and I can't tie them out right now off the top of my head, but I'll be able to tie out that 109 to match it for you. But should be extra.
Don't those sweep overnight, Tom?
Right. Yeah. And here's the other thing I want to say, going back to the previous thing, just real quick, on page 157 of the May 18th board packet is the first ESSA bank statement. It's a wire from Pennsylvania LOC of $8,130,974, which is the exact amount that was pulled out of the Pliget account and put into our general checking account. There should be absolutely zero mystery where that money came from and went to. I don't understand how that could even be a question right now. So just want to put it out there.
And Rich, can I add to that then this is, I mean, we had a really important meeting today, discussed really important decisions, and I know the money is important as well, but we should then be documenting these questions and putting it all together in one place. So this is not just popping up in the middle of a meeting.
And I know they've been trying to resolve this, but
can I just
would have called. Okay,
can I just
go ahead, Lisa.
hop in here 1 second?
All right, Lisa.
Yeah, we get this board packet, I believe usually on Wednesday, but it doesn't matter when you get it, it doesn't matter. I would recommend anybody make an appointment with Tom if you have questions and want to follow the money. I've done it before myself. I've made an appointment, went in and had him explain everything to me. And I think everybody should do that so they just get a little bit more clarity of how things work. He's willing to sit down and just go through everything with you. If you just call him up and make an appointment and see him.
I have no problem with that, except when I get it on Friday, how can I do it before tonight?
I understand you have a discrepancy there, but I think if you make an
I have no problem with Tom on this. I'm just
saying, if you make an appointment and go in and just ask him to explain how the money moves around.
I'm not mad at anything with Tom. I just
here's the problem is that we somehow manufactured an issue where somebody thinks that $8.1 million was moving around somewhere improperly. Well, really, it came from our Pliget account and went directly into our checking account. There should be no question about that. Everybody should be able to look at the board book, look at the statements and say, oh, the money went from there and went into there. It's a very simple thing.
Absolutely.
That's it.
I agree with that.
President,
but we got these
President.
reports.
Yes, let's move on.
Let's call for the vote, please.
Yes. All right. So there's a motion, a second.
What are we
discussion.
voting for again?
I don't even
This
know.
is on approving budget transfers, payment of bills, treasurer's report.
I'm teasing, Rich. I wanted to make sure everybody
Okay,
was up.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, moving on. I believe the next thing we have here are motion to approve the payments of the following invoices for services rendered from Huey Engineering. Can I hear a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion to approve the payment of invoice number 3106.
196.
196, thank you.
You're
My
getting
eyes
tired,
are
it's okay.
getting worse here. From Lyman and Ash in the amount of $17,377.
So
So moved, Rebecca.
No, second to Mary.
Okay, motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, moving along. Motion to approve pay application number 2 from Coke Commercial Flooring, the amount of $65,700.
Motion.
Thank you, Larry.
Second, Lisa.
Second, Lisa. L and L, look at that. All right. Discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion to approve pay application number 2 from Lehigh Valley Flooring in the amount of $291,925.80.
Motion.
Thank you, Larry.
Second.
Oh, George second.
I'll give it to George, LG. All right. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Motion to approve pay application number 2 from Guyette Communications Industries in the amount of $45,191.
So moved,
Motion.
Mary.
Oh, second, Lisa.
And Lisa? Okay, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion to approve pay application number 4 from CRCS in the amount of $1,500.
It's a cheap one.
Yeah.
Motion.
Thank you, Larry.
Second.
All right, Wayne. Discussion. All in favor? Aye.
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 Motion to approve pay application number 7 from Jotlin Inc., right? In the amount of $684,262.62.
Motion.
Thank you, Larry. Wayne, with discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion to approve pay application number 10 from C&D Waterproofing in the amount of $737. And is that 95 cents?
Yeah.
Okay.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, Lisa, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Tax assessment appeals. Motion to approve the tax assessment appeal settlement applications presented and to authorize the solicitor to execute the stipulations on behalf of the school district.
Could Chris give us a little background on these?
He did in executive session.
We did.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. All right, motion and a second, discussion. Now, Larry, you were a little bit tardy to our executive session.
I wouldn't have been tardy if I would have gotten the link.
You know,
That's fine.
it's the small things, you know?
Yep.
So basically,
The link.
we're getting some money.
Move on.
All right.
It's all good, Larry. We're making you money.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. School calendar. Motion to approve the 2021 school calendar as presented.
Moved.
Thank you, Wayne.
Second.
George, second.
I heard George.
seconded.
Yep. All right, so motion by Wayne, seconded by George. Discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Relations with law enforcement agencies. Motion to approve the memorandum of understanding by and between the East Stroudsburg Area School District and the Pennsylvania State Police, Stroudsburg, and the Pennsylvania State Police, Blooming Grove. Both agreements are subject to review and authorization until July 2022.
So moved.
Wayne, Larry, discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Contracted services. Motion to approve the contracted service contracts listed below for specific services, rates, and effective dates, subject to review and recommendation of the solicitor and approval of the administration regarding terms and conditions.
So moved.
Thank you, Wayne.
Second, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa. Discussion. Does anybody have any? I guess we wouldn't have anything that would be. Yeah. Okay. Discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. I think I'm on page. Well, I'm on page. The next one is community public attendance at school events. Is that the next one?
Yep.
Yep.
Motion to approve the event admission pricing at North and South High Schools for the listed events presented. And that's on page. Great. Thank you, Wayne.
Second.
Larry, discussion. Same pricing as last year, right?
Same, right?
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Relations with the intermediate unit. Well, okay. Motion to authorize the superintendent to execute local agreement letter with Colonial Intermediate Unit 20 as presented.
So moved, Debbie.
Second.
Thank you, Debbie. Sharon. All right, discussion.
I just had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, on page 370 of our book, why are we approving something from March? And it's for the 2019-2020 school year when that's already over.
Well, that's a great question.
Page 371, I'm fine with because it's for the next school year, but we're approving something from last school year. When we should have had this back in March when they first signed it, and it's now July and the school year's already over. And it's $60,000.
It had something to do with the shutdown, but I'm not sure.
Do you think they put the wrong one in?
That's what I'm wondering.
Let me look in the packet.
I'll check on it, Rebecca. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you on that one.
Yeah, because we've had several meetings since then, and we're signing off on something that they signed in April, and it's now July.
I can tell you this, the IU is notoriously late in submitting their contract. That's a continuous problem with them, but I will look into it.
Okay, it's page 370 in our book.
Yep, I got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Interesting. Good job, Lee. Good job.
I
All right,
think-
so
I think I spoke with someone in Dr. Riker's office about this, and you're right, it had to do with the shutdown. Something caused the price to change slightly. You had approved, if I'm thinking of the right one, you had approved this at a slightly different number previously, and because of the shutdown and whatever else, the number changed slightly. So we just put it on here so that you approve the actual number. In other
We're
words,
not paying an additional 60,000 then. It's just slightly.
Now,
Correct.
Rebecca, this is Brian Bannock. If I could just clarify, this was approved already. This is just as Chris just said, this is just being prorated. This is an adjustment because of the shutdown.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
is the year correct? Is the time frame acceptable? 1920.
Yeah.
Well, we've already approved it though.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, this was approved. This is just a prorate. We have to put this on because of a prorate.
Okay. I just want to make
We
sure.
approved it last year. And
Yes.
it's coming back to it's been prorated. Okay.
It'd be great
Yes.
to put a note on it. That would have been great, but understood.
Yeah.
Just, you know, prorated and not to exceed. But, okay. Super, folks. So we have a motion and a second.
Well,
Wait.
I don't
Larry?
know. Well, it seems too like we're getting more bills all the time from the IU. I thought, you know, we were, you know, we had it organized better that we were getting like quarterly bills, and I thought we were cutting back on our psychologists and psychiatrists. You know,
This was from the shutdown, Larry. It's
Yeah, but-
directly related to COVID.
okay, but all right.
Larry, this one has nothing to do with the psychologist. This is a mental health worker. This
I
position is
understand.
involved with the emotional support program, a worker that is an actual working with students and staff in a classroom.
Right.
It has nothing to do with psychologists.
Yeah, what you're talking about is different from the billing that's been coming through. That seems to be additional billing that I thought we were trying to do more of that stuff in-house with our own people. I'll tell you what, we'll work on that another day.
Mr. President?
Yes. So I
We vote?
think we had a motion and a second. Did we approve
No.
the relations? No. Okay, so let's approve the relations with the IU 20. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Now we go on to addendum A. Motion to approve the employment actions listed in accordance with the associated applicable policies, procedures, and contractual agreements.
So moved. Lisa?
Thank you, Lisa. Debbie? Oh, so sorry, folks. All right, we have a motion and a second for these items. Discussion. All right, all in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, anything else down towards the bottom? Is that it? Is that all the business of this organization for this evening?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, so we have a motion to adjourn. I need a second.
Somebody raise their hand.
I have a question. You added car wash to the agenda also?
That was actually shot down.
It didn't get
We
added.
did not, Patricia. That motion failed.
Okay, okay.
However, we should direct the administration to at least reach out to the employee and let her know why. All right, folks, it's been a long night. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a good evening. Speak to you guys soon.
Motion to
We're meeting again
adjourn.
Monday.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I made the motion.
Lisa?
Everybody get
All in
good.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good night,
Good
guys.
night.
Okay.
Hey, good night, sleep.
Night.
Aye.